Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and call public comment closed. And we can move into the next item on our agenda, which is a health clinic fundraising update with Rob Pike. Rob, the floor is yours.
Morning, everybody. Don't know where everybody's at, but we're snowed in here. Quick fundraising update, and it's really around kind of where we need to go moving forward. Again, at the highest levels, this is a unique project. A lot of people from outside the community are very excited about it. We've already kind of made our first run over the last, basically the last year, gathering as much revenue as we could and much for this project. As of today, hard kind of cash in hand is about 3.741. That leaves us with $700,000 left of the Colorado Health Foundation matching fund. So again, the total project is going to be about 7.1 million. Cash and commitments in hand is about 3.741. But the real trigger here and our goal moving forward is matching the Colorado Health Foundation. They did $1 million match. We have about $700,000 left to go. Most of that's probably going to come from a couple of 2 or 3 foundations left that are still interested, but particularly through local philanthropy. So we're really going to start working hard more on the local philanthropy. Good news is most people have done fairly well in some stock markets this year, so we're hoping that's going to continue to go. But overall, we just got some work to do now. This is the kind of the hardest part of the campaign. Our best supporters have jumped in early. I know there's several conversations going on in town and around the community. We just need to go and get in front of those people as fast as possible. Once we do the $700,000 match, we'll be at about 5.1 plus of the 7.1. And that really is kind of a game-changing dynamic for the center. We'll be able to pay off the debt most likely in 10 years or less. And at that point, the funds will have an even greater impact on the community. So any thoughts or questions? And I'll end with a couple kind of impact stories from we're hearing from the community.
None for me.
Okay. This one continues to be fun. I know our partners at Henderson and Freeport, Lalitha has been working a lot with Cindy and her team. Cindy's been working a lot more with the schools through this project. We're just seeing a lot more community dialogue around health right now. So as much as the impact's going to happen when this center opens, just the level of talk around health is elevated incredibly as I see it from outside of the community. And that's really resonating with our current funders as well. We're talking to our contacts at Colorado Health Foundation this week. And as you know, they've helped us put their name behind us with a couple different foundations. And I think they'll do the same going forward. They've been a great partner. So that's where we're going. Anything else for the good of the order? Otherwise, expect, I know Sean and I are meeting. George, I'll set up some time with you. And then Randy and I have already been talking, and we'll just keep working our lists and keep them going.
Rob, did you have a chance to connect with Gilpin County?
No, still working to do that. I'll keep reaching out to their county manager, but I think I'd also like to talk to one of their county commissioners. So I'll talk to the county commissioners. I'll see kind of who we can talk to over there, just to get them more involved. I know they want to help. I think it's just been logistical.
Hey, Rob, I would recommend that you connect with Linda, and I can make that introduction if you like. The other 2 commissioners have been in office for all of about 10 days.
I did not know that. Yes, if you can connect me with Linda, and we'll just get on the phone and do information. 10 days. Well, you guys know what it's like day 10 as a new commissioner.
Yeah, I remember.
And I can, Rob, if you want, I don't want to step on any toes, but I can reach back out to the county manager, Abel, and just see or remind him that we still need to have you and him make that connection.
Yeah, if you would. I know he's really busy. It's really also, we just don't want to, we want to make sure they know where we're going when we're talking to some of their community leaders.
Okay, I will do that.
I agree with what Sean said about Linda being the person that's been there the longest, of course. I have noted with 2 or 3 interactions with one of their county commissioners, Sandy, who's newer, that she's really on fire. She's really working hard, and so she, in the not too distant future, and not to say anything bad about the other new commissioner as well, who's been a commissioner before, by the way, Webb Sill, but I know Sandy's really digging into issues hard, and I'm sure she'd be a good listen as well.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'd love to just connect with each of them, kind of get what networks and connections and how this is going to impact them and their constituents. But we just need one person to start with. So, Sean, if you can tee that up, that'd be great.
Right now.
Keith, if you can check in with Abel over there, and then I'll, George, I'll be reaching out to you to set up time, and Randy, we'll talk again, not distant future. And Sean, I think we're on for Friday. Okay. All right. Anything else for the good of the order?
Just so you know, he goes by Abel.
Abel. Okay, my apologies. Abel.
Right.
Thank you. All right, team. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Rob. So we're sitting on this fairly fast update. It's 9:08. Board, what's your pleasure? Shall we try to use this time in executive session? It looks like maybe not everybody's here to talk about the next agenda item. I think we're maybe missing Matt Taylor.
We should be able to handle a couple things in executive session fairly quick in the 20 minutes or so we have.
Right. And I think it's nice when the agenda items go off more or less on schedule so that the folks that were wanting to weigh in or listen don't miss them. So yeah, I'd go for executive.
Okay. That said, I move the Board of County Commissioners to adjourn into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024 for A, B, E, and G, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of discussion of documents protected from disclosure by the mandatory non-disclosure provisions of the Colorado Records Act, and to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, and having a conference with the county attorney for purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to the scope of legal services.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I will send out a link in 1 minute.
Okay, Randy, I interpret that as an aye vote, and the board will adjourn into executive session as provided in the motion. No written minutes will be made of the session. Okay, we're back. The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were made of the session and no decisions were made. And just so everybody knows, Randy is not always going to have his camera on today. He's not in his normal setting, but he is listening intently, I'm sure.
I did try to wear a more, more fashionable mask today than I normally do, since I was going to have it on so much, for two reasons. Number one, it's so important to me to look good. It's better to look good than to feel good. And as we've learned years ago, and in addition to that, if I spill coffee on my mask, it will be less noticeable.
Okay, so the next thing on our agenda is a work session regarding the Colorado Parks and Wildlife grant application. That application is going to appear later on our consent agenda, and Lisa is here to present to us about what it means for us to apply right now. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, board and everyone. I've scheduled this work session today to present and discuss a CPW shooting range construction grant application. This is a change in direction from where we left off at our last meeting of last month, because a few weeks ago, staff was informed that the Forest Service is not going to be using their CPW construction grant funds that they were awarded, that were $597,000. With this money possibly being available this grant cycle, we determined that it would be the opportunity is there for a larger grant request. And so we've put together this application for you to review and discuss today. The application is based on the schematic plan that CVA put together through the planning process we've completed in the last 2 years. It still involves the club membership model that allows ranges 2, 4, and 5 to be used by the public. And then the membership would have access to ranges 1 and 3, or bays 1 and 3, which are action bays. That would be the incentive to have a membership, because you get the access to the action bays the public won't have. It, as we discussed last month, and CVA presented, the cost estimate for the project is approximately $2.8 million. So what we're looking at with this application is half of that amount, or $1.4 million. And we took the actual construction costs, the estimates from the civil engineer JVA and Clark Vargas, and we pulled those numbers to say, okay, how can we divide this up? And I will share now my screen and put the actual application so we can review it, and I can kind of cover the basics. So can you see that now?
I can.
Okay.
Is it big enough for everybody, or do we want it zoomed in a little further? I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. Starting on this first page, because I wanted to outline that I also want to add that early in January, Gilpin County voted to commit $400,000 to this process. So that gave us an additional $400,000 to use. So this match incorporates that $400,000 for, and then the $125,000 Clear Creek has put for 2021 match. And we added an additional sewer tap and the well costs in that match at $15,000 for the sewer and $10,000 for the well, for a total match of $550,000 against the $850,000 that we're requesting. So that's a 61%, 39 percentage of total project for the 1.4. The way we cut this out is it might be easier to bring the spreadsheet in, was the pieces will include lead removal and remediation, final engineering and design. That was 65,436. Site work and utilities at 289,556, and then the clubhouse construction at 888,300. And I will put the spreadsheet up, so if you have any questions with that, we can discuss those numbers. These numbers come directly out of those cost estimates by the engineer that we did in that planning effort. So I could also go into more depth on these numbers broken down, but as you see, it does break down the general site work and utilities, clubhouse, engineering, and lead mitigation. And I will stop there to see if we have any questions or wanna on that piece.
I have a quick question. Lisa, back to the last page, are we talking about spending over $500,000 out of the general fund, or am I misinterpreting that?
You're misinterpreting. The grant is 1.4 million. So out of the general, there's no money out of the general fund this year. This was a capital expense. Well, I guess that's general. So the capital, the 2021 capital from Clear Creek County is 125,000.
So I'm sorry, if you wouldn't mind going back one page, there was like a number 550 some thousand and you called it a match. I'm just kind of curious to fully understand what that means.
Oh, okay. Let me switch my share again. I'm not the fastest here with it. I think that's here.
Sean, I had the same question a while back. I think that number includes the Gilpin County money that was committed.
Correct.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, George. Yeah.
Okay.
The 400 Gilpin, 125 Clear Creek, and 25 in kind.
Got it. Thanks.
You bet. So back to the breakout, then the general site work. If you're wondering why we put the clubhouse in there, it's because historically we're looking at GOCO providing the other half of this, the 1.4 for full project construction, and with a match of approximately 450, because the beauty of the GOCO grant is that you can use some of the CPW funds from this effort grant and to match against that grant. And so that grant, it would be another 1.4 request. And historically they have funded gun ranges, but they have not funded clubhouses. So the remaining monies largely include the final range improvements, which are the shooting sheds, which every bay or range had a shooting shed, if you noticed on the film and the earlier slide. And those shooting sheds are state of the art for sound mitigation to decrease the sound as much as possible. So they were a high cost item, and that would all be in the second. That's not covered in this grant phase. That would be in the next grant phase. But what CPW would include is the clubhouse, and that's why it's in these numbers. And then we broke out the engineering because that we anticipate those are two different RFPs. And I welcome Stoy to jump in here if I have that phase wrong or if there's something we could improve on that plan.
Hello, Lisa. Thanks for that. Yeah, I think that it sounds like a completely appropriate plan to me, and I don't have any comment.
Okay, and then the lead mitigation, we're pretty clear on that one because that's an actual estimate that came out of the CVA planning process from MT2, which is based in Golden. And I talked to them last week and they still said, yeah, that estimate would be good for 2022. So that, I think the 156,708 would be cover that. And that's clearly one of the first steps in that remediation in the project.
I have a real quick general question. I don't know anything about lead mitigation, but that seems like a lot of money. Why is it so expensive?
It is a lot, and it's they have every year, the lead has never been removed from this site. So every year there's been some lime sprinkled and some minor things done to mitigate it, but it's never been, this would include actual removal of the lead, sifting through, taking the top 8 inches of many of the areas and reclaiming that.
Does
I
that
mean,
also, does
Knowing
that
nothing about it, seems like something that would take a week or two.
I don't know if they covered the timeline, but I think, yeah, it is a several week process.
does it include the surrounding area, the neighboring properties also that were where we've heard, reports?
Let me go to the final schematic plan and I'll show you what it covers. So let me find, this is one illustration. It shows the red is the 2-foot excavation area, backstop, burns and aprons. Then you have your white is the 4-inch. The green is 4-inch scrapes for clay and lead soils, because that was the trap shooting area, you can see by the diagram. And then the 4-inch scrape for shot. So this is kind of the overall plan. This was a part of that estimate from MT2. There might have been one more in here, but you can see from this page that all of the existing lead in these berms and the backstops will be mitigated. So you've got quite an area when you look at the, well, we are removing some of these berms. This berm, for example, in the middle of the 100-yard range goes away, but this berm will be remediated, all of these berms. And it's, I can send a copy of that report. I can't speak of it. I'm not, it's not my expertise clearly, so I can't address it, but I'd be glad to send you that particular copy from MT2 of the report of what would be done.
And I'm sorry, real quick, was that the result of a competitive bid process, that number?
No, we reached out to them because they have been doing the this range for many, many years. So they were very, very familiar with it. And they also work closely with the sheriff's range and their yearly cleanup. So we would have been working with them a while, and we reached out to them. Well, CVA reached out to them to do the estimate for this business and operations planning process.
Is it safe to assume, following up on that, that we would follow our public purchasing policy where we seek 3 bids and all of that?
We certainly could, yes.
Thanks, George. That's what I was thinking too.
Sorry to just jump in front of you like that. As I think about this, I think it's important for us to have our eyes wide open about the implications of choosing to apply. Lisa and I thought through a handful of those yesterday. And I thought of one last night that is maybe new. But Lisa, do you want to care to comment on that?
I'm not certain. I'm sorry which one you were discussing. The fact that this is a commitment of sorts. When we ask you to sign this grant application, it requires each of your signatures. We would be saying then that this is the business and operations plan. This is the conceptual plan. I mean, minor changes would be allowed, but the basis of what we present to them. And one example of that would be the business model considers that we will be open to the public 5 to 7 days a week. As you may recall from our previous meetings, 5 to 7 days, CPW realized 7 may be pushing it as far as funding staff and the business and operations, but 5 days a week they were comfortable with. So the details of that type of detail can still be worked out, but it's still, we would be representing that this range, as you're seeing at the clubhouse, and the range is open to the public 5 days a week, and we'd be operating as an open range. Sport shooting facility, actually sport shooting park is and that's one thing actually I wanted to ask you is the name, so we can be all sure we like the name we're putting forth as it turns in, as we realize it's turning into a construction project.
The current name is the Clear Creek. Well, what's the current name?
Right now, it's the Clear Creek Sports Shooting Park on the application. Although Gilpin has put in a match and they are our partners in this project, they're only putting in 400,000. So we had the majority of the project is still a Clear Creek project. So that would be one consideration. We could call it the Clear Creek Regional Sports Shooting Park, for example. It's entirely up to the board what you would like this to be called.
Go ahead, Sean.
I had a couple other comments. It seems like we're kind of validating a lot of assumptions that I don't believe this board has endorsed. For example, I don't know that we really have figured out what the operating arrangement or business agreement between the Clear Creek Sportsman's Club and the county is. And it seems like there's an assumption that there's going to be lanes dedicated for each, even though we don't have any type of an agreement. And the other one is, I mean, I think I'll just speak for myself. I'm very grateful that Gilpin is offering 400,000, but I don't know that I also don't know that this board has said out loud that that's the number that is acceptable to us in terms of going forward with this partnership. So I'm very much in favor of going after the grant. I trust that this team can figure out a way to successfully navigate putting those dollars to work effectively if we are awarded the grant. So I don't want to take us out of that opportunity, but I'm a little concerned about, again, some of the what seem to be decisions that are baked into this that I personally haven't agreed to.
Yeah, I think it's important that I'm not, and I don't hear Sean saying I disagree with all those things or anything, nor do I. I'm just saying that you're right. Some of them we've said, yay, that sounds great. That's a nice thing to hear, or we've expressed some reservation or asked some questions. And I think it's incumbent upon us and staff to dig into and answer those questions so that we have a solid basis for the expenditures that we're implying in this grant application.
Go ahead, Lisa.
That's a very good point. You're right. There is no agreement, written agreement with Gilpin County. That was entire 15-minute vote on their agenda. So there are a lot of details to work out.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I think the general thing that's true is that there's a lot of details to be worked out, and doing this would be committing to getting those details worked out on the fly. The other thing that we have not done, in my opinion, sufficiently is engage the public. And so we might want to ask ourselves, if we started holding town halls about this and we found that the public hated this, are we ready to move forward in spite of that? And if the answer is no, is this the time to apply? Knowing that there's $600,000 on the table this year that might not be there next year. Other implications that I want to just sort of make sure we're eyes wide open on is that there would be no further drastic changes to the design. An example of something that I think we could reconsider is the location of that parking lot to the north side of the road. I know that one resulted in some complications that at least I wasn't aware of when I advocated for it being there. I'd love to reconsider that at some point, and I think we could. But moving, that might be an example of the scale of redesign that we could do. No change to 100% public access, no change to the general operating model. All of those things are, as Sean pointed out, kind of baked in. I don't know of any other specific ones, but there probably are some.
With regard to the impact of additional public comment and how we receive it, I think it's important to point out that we're in an agreement with U.S. Forest Service to accomplish some lanes, and that process that arrived at that agreement involved years of negotiations, including public outreach at that time. And that's not to say that somebody new doesn't move in every week, and change that dynamic. But I think that we have certain obligations that were arrived at through a good faith effort to do public outreach at the time, and we've been pursuing these vigorously. And I've not. This is the first time I've heard it broached in a while that we might consider. It seems that one of our goals has been to achieve the closures in the forest, and that a certain number of lanes are there to be able to do that. There are obviously different ways through which we can do that. They could involve this range or another, but it seems that we also looked at several other places around, and we sought public comment, and that public comment did not arrive at a good conclusion for those other locations. And this was the one that's made the most sense up until now. So I wouldn't want that concept of needing to get public comment to cast too great a specter over this as a reason to not try to continue to push forward with this project to accomplish lane closures, to be quite honest, over a pretty large section of forest.
And I don't think there's any reason we couldn't do them in parallel, but I agree with
Yeah.
what you're saying, Randy.
Yeah, I appreciate that kind of the history. As I said that, I wasn't really thinking about the full history of engagement on this, and there's been a lot of it. I also will point out that we do have some interested neighbors who provided comment through the process, and we've kept them along. And one of the results of that public comment was us asking if we could close 2 days a week. And so I feel like as long as we're eyes wide open, that public engagement could result in some changes on the edges, but that we feel like we've had sufficient input to know that we're moving forward with this shooting range on this site that's designed like this.
That's in my thinking. I think we always want to take public comment on everything that's going forward. Now that we are arriving at a concrete solution to those generalized commitments, it's good to continue to get comment to make this as good as it can be and make absolutely certain it's the right solution as we hit the end line. So I'm good with that. I just wanted to remind you that we worked our tails, or others that preceded us worked their tails off to get as much public comment and exhaust as many possibilities as they could. So.
Yeah, we've been talking about this in a public way for several years now. And it's been in the paper, and yeah, I mean, we should continue to, but I agree that it's something that has been very at the forefront of our discussions at a countywide level.
And it's important to note that we are exceeding that Northern Front Range Shooting Partnership, the Forest Service 25 lanes if Gilpin and Clear Creek combined, and we are providing 45 lanes in this model that you'll see in the 3 range bays. So I think that's very important, and that increases our chances for this grant opportunity. And I'll also mention we have already 4 letters of support, one including the Forest Service, but one of those letters is from Otto and Kelly Van Geet, who are homeowners and landowners for 25 years in Clear Creek County, and as private citizens, they followed this process and written a letter of support. So there are members of the public that are behind us on this effort. They live in York Gulch, I believe. So are there any changes to the text? I'd like to make sure that if anybody wants anything added, I can get that in and or change what is here, because it's important. They have to have it in by next Wednesday, so the clock is ticking.
My understanding, sorry, Sean, I'll be brief. My understanding is that really what we're being asked to do is approve the commitment to match. I would like to think that you still can change these words in this grant application without having to come back in front of us.
Yes, I think that is the case, but I wondered if I missed anything or if anybody is having heartburn, I wanted to address that.
All I was going to say is I don't want to make any commitments about any public-private partnerships, either explicitly or implied by this grant application, because we just haven't, we're not at a place yet where we've reached consensus on that.
Thank you. I'll make sure that's not done in there.
And Lisa, I sent you an email about this, but I think we might want to review the section about ground disturbance. As I was looking at the map for lead mitigation, realize we might need to mention the lead mitigation and its impact on ground disturbance as well. Other than that, I mean, I share what I think is Sean and Randy's opinion that we're ready to move forward. Am I accurately characterizing your opinions?
Yes, I think we should move forward with the grant application with the protections in the wording that Sean has implied, that we've all implied, that we've talked about a lot of things that we think we pretty well agree on. And we've seen some great signs. We need to dot the I's and cross the T's on all of those other arrangements. But that should not stop the grant application at this process. We've got years and years into trying to make this happen. It looks like the best solution. We've talked about it positively, and I think we move on with it. And let's just make sure the grant application does not bind us into agreements that we have not yet agreed to.
Okay, I think the last thing I see that we had a comment in the chat, you all may have seen it too, are there concerns about a high power rifle range directed toward private property? I know that we've discussed that at length in a number of different settings. I know that's why we're not doing any trap shooting or any shooting at an angle. And that our consultant, Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, our consultant does believe that the design here is safe.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that question.
And I think the caveat is that high-powered rifles have a range of, depending on what you've got, up to a mile. So, so what we need to do is have the safest way possible with the safest backstops possible under good practice. And there are, it implies as much as anything good control and behavior at the range itself, good management behavior. Unless you put a roof over it that's impenetrable.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just like when we're talking about COVID, we can't make any guarantees, but it was designed to be as safe as possible and looked at, and there are similarly situated ranges all over the place.
Thank you.
Okay, well, given that, any final words from anybody here? Staff? Scott Haas is here with the U.S. Forest Service. Hi, Scott.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Just here for the support. Thanks for the conversation, and let us know what we could do to support moving forward.
Okay, I'm going to call that work session complete. And let's go ahead and move into the Board of County Commissioners consent agenda scheduled for 10 a.m. We have 4 items. I think I've not been informed that any of these are being pulled, so I'm going to read them all. We have consideration of approval of the warrant register, consideration of approval of Colorado Parks and Wildlife grant application for the Clear Creek / Gilpin recreational sport shooting complex, consideration of approvals of resolution number 2113, resolution setting emergency telephone charge for calendar year 2021. Number 4, consideration of approval of water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement with the Bard Creek Valley Association. Does anybody want to pull these off for conversation or have any brief questions on them?
Good. I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay. Cindy, did you have a comment?
No, I'm sorry. No, I don't.
Okay, no worries. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that is the Board of County Commissioners consent agenda. We are now sitting as the Clear Creek County Housing Authority. On the Clear Creek County Housing Authority consent agenda, we have one item, which we've discussed in a work session recently, consideration of approval of intergovernmental agreement between Grand County Housing Authority and Clear Creek County Housing Authority for administration of Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. Did anybody have anything to say about that?
Nope. And I move that we approve the intergovernmental agreement between Grand County Housing Authority and the Clear Creek County Housing Authority.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I still run those votes a different way every time. So we are now back into sitting as the Board of County Commissioners. Next up on our agenda is County Manager Updates with Keith Montag. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Board. A number of items to cover today. I've got Cindy standing by here for the first couple items. The first one being a brief discussion about the Omni Behavioral Health Survey. So we'll start with that, and then we'll follow that by a discussion on the Family First funding opportunities. But back to the behavioral health, I think, well, I don't think, I know you received a copy of the survey results, the mental health, behavioral health assessment study that was done in the last couple months by a firm called Omni. What is on the table today is a discussion and maybe some direction on how the board would like to move forward with the presentation and the distribution of that survey, of that study. We did receive a scope of work from Omni. That was not, the distribution and the presentation was not included in the original scope of work. So what they have done is completed the assessment. They put that report together that you all have a copy of. And if we wanted Omni to go ahead and present the findings to the board, to the community, that will cost a little bit more money. They did put a scope of work together with a number of elements in that scope of work. I also shared that document with you. The entire menu of services, I think it totaled up to somewhere around $7,000. And Cindy can talk a little bit more about, and George has also been in the conversation relative to if and how and when and why we should move forward with that additional scope of work. I did talk to Cindy briefly about whether or not she had any additional monies in her budget or was aware of any additional monies. She was going to check, I think, last night to see if there was any grant monies there. There also might be a potential to use some additional CARES dollars that we have to pay for that additional up to $7,000 scope of work. Cindy, do you have any further comments, suggestions?
No, well, no, is regarding the payment for the distribution or the dissemination of the scope of work. I did look at my budget, and I really don't. I don't have anything that I could earmark at this point in time without getting some specific approval from the state. But I do want to, when we're ready to talk about the dissemination that they have listed here, I do have another suggestion to make as far as how we get the word out. Keith, I should hear back from the state by this afternoon as to whether or not some of the funding that we have set aside for distribution of information relating to COVID, whether we can use some money out of that pot of funds. So, and I will get back with you as soon as I hear that piece.
Okay, and we're probably, and George, I think, can speak to this as well, but there's probably a question as to, well, why do we need someone to present the findings of the report? And, you know, there's been some discussion, there's been some talk about it might be better coming from a third party rather than the county regurgitating what's in the report. But George, Cindy, I'll turn that comment, that question over to the two of you.
George, you know, I just, there is some good information included in the assessment, and definitely their ideas about the dissemination of the work that was done. I worry a little bit about presentation back to some of the groups of individuals that were listed. And only because it's hard for us to get a larger group of people together to talk about certain topics, I think. And I wonder if whether or not we might think about doing something kind of out of the ordinary and maybe publishing something in the newspaper that were hit the highlights of what the assessment told us.
See if I can get a break here in a little bit. I got to wait for a break. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. Whether or not that might be something we might be able to get this information out to more people than if we were trying to hold some group sessions. And I just think too that it's a good time to post something like this, because we've been talking about how to stay healthy during COVID, how to reach out to your neighbors and to be cognizant of people that are of a certain age and older. And it just might be good public information rather than to try to disseminate it in small groups or in group activities. So that was one of the things that I thought perhaps that might be something that might be worthwhile looking at. But obviously presenting back to the Resiliency Collaborative and to the Board of County Commissioners, of course. And I just think that might be a better way to do it in print rather than try to get a group of people together, which during the time of COVID is probably not the very best thing for us to do anyway. So that was my only comment about that.
Cindy, you had mentioned collaborative. Who is on the collaborative?
The Resiliency Collaborative, we meet every other Wednesday. It is the reason I thought of this group is because it really is sort of the public leadership of Clear Creek County. It is all of the municipalities. It's Clear Creek. It's all of the special district leadership. JCMH sits there. So that's a setting where we can touch a lot of people at the same time. If you look at this, you see that the estimate for that presentation is more pricey than the estimate for the presentation of the BOCC. The way I was imagining this would go is that we would have a general presentation to the Resiliency Collaborative, and then a more focused presentation to the BOCC about the things that really sort of land on our plate, the recommendations that are here. Not all of these recommendations land on our plate.
Right.
And so, I mean, it's my opinion that finding a way to pay for those two items would be great. The community brief is maybe for me, the lowest priority. The facilitated virtual workshop is a direct response to one of the recommendations in this study, which is to improve collaboration between our human services and our service providers and our law enforcement agencies. The facilitated virtual workshop would be to run through that recommendation and what it could look like, and really kind of have a conversation about how we can improve our collaboration, with the potential for us to decide to, continue to contract for facilitation of some kind of process. The other thing that I want to point out here, the behavioral health navigator job description, that was a recommendation in this report that Cindy and I got excited about. So we wanted to know what it would cost to have them write the job description and help us figure out what that looks like. But it would be a little bit, I feel like the board should know that that was a recommendation that we're interested in pursuing. And if there's not shared interest, that we would probably pull that off. So those are the two that I think are really kind of, if the board doesn't want to or wants to think more carefully about the recommendations before we move forward, maybe we would pull those off. One of the consequences of that would be the navigator job description, I believe, could be paid for with CARES money. through the end of 2021. Obviously, every month that goes by is a month we don't have that position.
So just to be clear, I think it was clear in the report, but just to reiterate, the one of the findings, one of the recommendations coming out of this report is to create a new county position. That would be, I think they called it, what'd you say, a navigator to help individuals connect to the appropriate behavioral health services. But I want to make it clear that what we're talking about here is adding a position to the county payroll. And I don't know if there's grant dollars associated with paying for that position or whether that would totally come out of the county budget.
And I think the question in front of us is, are we interested enough that we're ready to, do we wish to comment on the desire to spend $650 to flesh out what that position looks like? I'm trying to keep the kind of the scope of this conversation into something that's manageable.
So George, I will tell you, I did have an excellent conversation with Boulder County yesterday. And of course, their approach to the navigator is totally different than what we had talked about. As a matter of fact, it's more of a software piece that a lot of agencies are using and have access to so that they can see what has been recorded as an emergent situation, what is an ongoing situation where individuals live, and what the response has been. My meeting next week is with Grand and Jackson County to talk about their navigator and what that position looks like, or if it is software, or if it's a combination of both.
And real quick, I'll just make my comment. Perhaps I'm completely missing the boat on this one, but it seems like we're talking about doing something outside of our relationship with JCMH, and I'm not opposed to that, but I would certainly want to make sure that we include them in this conversation to make sure we're not doing anything that's at cross purposes with their long-term strategy or doing something redundant that's already going to be around the bend.
I asked that question of JCMH, or sorry, not of JCMH, of our consultants, and we'll have an opportunity to ask that question too when they present to us, if we choose to have them. They said that they think that there's enough diversity of service providers that having somebody not connected to JCMH to help navigate, all of the systems, including private pay systems. They pointed out that the need for navigation does not correlate to indigence. It's about just the systems being challenging. So even people who can afford to pay often do not receive services, even though they think they need them, because it's just a bear to find the right therapist and get on the schedule and, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always very reluctant to, I don't want to call it necessarily bureaucracy, but kind of add to what we're doing at a county level before I'm convinced that it's something that's truly needed and it's going to be a good deal and a good benefit for the public.
I think the opportunity. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think there is an opportunity to look online and see exactly how many providers are listed in the Evergreen area as opposed to the Clear Creek area. And maybe it is just a matter of providing resources, as George said, beyond Jefferson Center for Mental Health for people that absolutely can't afford to pay, have insurance, but don't even know where to start to look. And I'm talking about people on the west side, perhaps. And then two, I'm hopeful that our primary care provider really and truly becomes integrated with the behavioral health resources. I mean, they're certainly going to implant an LCSW in the clinic, but what other resources are there that we can actually offer the people that live on the west side and that are getting care through the clinic now and the new and when we open the bigger clinic in the collaborative care center, because I think that total health care, that looking at the individual and what does the individual need, and sometimes what that individual needs may not even be available through CHPG. I mean, as far as healthcare is concerned locally. So I think we just need to be responsive and think about a little bit more of a global approach to behavioral health, because goodness knows, there are enough people. We could keep a lot of therapists busy if we could just connect them to the services.
And the last thing I'll say for now is I appreciate Cindy, you reaching out to Jackson County, because I know a little bit about them, and I view them as a county that's more similar to Clear Creek than Boulder is. And
Yes.
you know, whenever I hear about things like we're going to offer online access for X, Y, and Z, I immediately think about the type of people we're trying to reach and how they're not necessarily the ideal candidates to be using online access. And you know, people who are already good at online access, you know, there's a lot of ways to connect the dots using Google searches, and they may have already been able to satisfy their own needs. And I guess I'll just leave it at that for now.
But you're absolutely right. I agree with you 100%. That's why I chose Grant and Jackson as well.
So George, maybe a suggestion, maybe looking at this menu on the scope of services, maybe we actually go ahead and have a presentation to, at a minimum, the Board of County Commissioners, which would be a public meeting, a public presentation. But I think in my opinion, I think we need to know and learn a little bit more about the, number one, the results of the survey, of the assessment. Number two, I want to know a little more about this navigator position and what exactly the intent of that position is, and whether or not there's other options that might be available before we just automatically commit to another position here at the county. And again, that's me, and you know how fiscally conservative I am, but I'm thinking maybe a good start would be to have, you know, spend a couple $1,000s or whatever the heck it was to have Omni come in, do a presentation so that we get a better understanding of exactly what the assessment consists of, what the results were, what the recommendations are, and then we can go from there. Again, that's my recommendation.
You know, Keith, I think you're right. The navigator job description, the price tag on that is $650. So in my mind, I don't, you know, if Cindy's got the money and wants to spend it, I wouldn't get in her way. But the presentation to the CCRC and then a follow-up presentation that's a little more focused to the Board of Commissioners about, you know, what's in our locus of control, I think is something that I would love to do.
Yeah.
I agree with both of those things. And I also think, going back to, you know, the concerns about stepping on JCMH's toes, I just think as long as JCMH, first of all, it's not incumbent upon us to do that, but I think it's I think it's good business to do that. And so to keep them in the loop so they know what we're doing, but to look beyond what JCMH can do for us and think of different ways and continue to think creatively about, you know, we talked a little bit ago about, you know, the fly on the elephant. And so we might need to fly around and look for some other opportunities to increase our assets and be able to provide better services that could augment what JCMH is able to do within their administrative overhead package, you know, so.
Okay. Keith, do you feel like you have what you need, Cindy?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we do the presentation or presentations to get a better understanding of exactly what the results of the assessment would be, and get a better understanding of Omni's recommendations.
Okay.
Before we commit to anything more.
Great. And then I think the next thing, while Cindy's here, is for us to talk about this Family First implementation grant.
Yeah, that's next on the agenda. And again, Cindy, I will turn it over to you and George on the Family First. There is an opportunity for some grant funding, a grant application. Come to find out, that grant application actually isn't due until, I think, June 1st or June 30th. So we've got a little bit of time, and we just want to make sure that we put a good application together. If we want to move forward on this opportunity. So once again, I'm going to turn it over to Cindy, and I know George has been working with Cindy on this one as well.
And before Cindy, before you do that, I have got to break out of here for just like 5 minutes real quickly, and you can continue. And I will, if there's anything at all, I'll be happy to catch up with you later on this. It sounds like there's a little time till that grant application is due, but I just have to take 5 minutes out right now.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. Perfect. You know, one of the things that we talked about a little bit yesterday was whether or not, because this is an overwhelmingly large piece of legislation, and it is going to, it'll make a huge difference in how we do business as far as child welfare is concerned, as far as the department is concerned. And so I'm wondering whether or not there is one of the commissioners that would like to be included in these meetings that we are putting together, and discussions that we have with the state when that is appropriate. It feels like, because this is such a large issue and a consuming kind of an issue, it might be a good idea to, if one of you is interested in doing so. I think I would appreciate that, just to have a point person that I can run things by on days other than county commissioner days. Because I think we're going to move fairly quickly as we put together our proposal, our application for funding, and those kinds of issues.
My response to that is I'm hotly interested and willing to do that. However, I don't want to step in front of anybody else. And I also think that there's enough shared interest that the board should be brought along through this process, as well as the public. The Family First implementation is one of the more drastic changes to the way we operate that's in front of us right now. And it's important that we get it right and that we all know what's going on with it, I think.
I would agree with you, George. I just think day to day there are things that we might need to have a conversation with the commissioner about, or there may be a time that, you know, one of the commissioners just meets and can bring everybody up to speed. And if that's not something that the three of you are interested in doing, that's fine. We can continue to come back and bring you information on a weekly basis, or feed you information on a daily basis if that's necessary. But I agree with you, and we have to keep the board and the public, as much as they're willing to be a part of this, informed, because there is a tremendous amount of change that is coming. It looks like we are going to be a little bit more thoughtful about the change than we originally thought, because we have time as far as the state is concerned. But there are meetings now every week about Family First and what is happening and legislatively, and where the state is, and what are the things the state is going to have to overcome in order to be able to implement on a timely basis. So,
Sean, did you?
I tend to agree with George. I mean, I think this is important, and my perception is that the board it's pretty easy to get on our calendar outside of Tuesdays. So that's how I feel.
To add to that, I think, you know, it was about 4 months ago that we realized that we really need to be talking about this regularly. I think at the time we set a goal to have a Family First discussion on the agenda as often as every other week. And I think that this is maybe the kind of thing that will cause us to do that. It can kind of focus our efforts around a deadline and an opportunity. And I'm not arguing against us assigning a commissioner to be even more engaged than that. I just don't think that assigning a commissioner should mean that we're gonna not talk about this as a board either. It's not.
No, I would never suggest that, George. I just thought that it would be helpful. But we can do that. We can be on the agenda once a week if you want, and we will, whatever is convenient for the board. We can make whatever is convenient for the board to work.
I don't know that once a week is good, but if we could set a goal for every other week, and then if we get through it and we need to turn down the frequency, let's do that.
Yeah, I agree with that. In fact, it kind of goes along with what the board has been talking about as far as we need to schedule a lot of these, for lack of a better term, I'll just call policy discussions, and this would be one of them. So I think we just get this on the agenda, and we have the conversations. I think George is correct. I do recall a few months ago, we had this conversation, and I think the expectation or the understanding was, well, we need to have more discussion. Well, here we are, and we need more discussion, basically. So we'll make sure that happens, board, getting it on our agendas.
Okay, and as far as selecting the commissioner who's going to be assigned to this, I do think that's a good idea. I want to acknowledge that Randy may have interest and he's on break right now. I think maybe Keith, next week we can all think about this for a week, and next week we can, arm wrestle or pull straws or whatever.
Okay, thank you. I know Cindy's got a 10:30 meeting she's got to run to, but any final thoughts on this one? Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Cindy.
Thanks, Gord.
Next item, and I'm trying to go through these now relatively quick. I see the sheriff online. Hi, Sheriff. We did draft an RFP, a request for proposal, relative to having a qualified third-party consultant come in and look at and evaluate sheriff operations, for lack of a better term. And I went ahead and drafted an RFP with a scope of work. I shared that with all of you. I've been communicating somewhat with Rick, also probably more so with the undersheriff. And we've got, I think, a good game plan moving forward. As we've talked in the past, or at least I have, with the sheriff and the undersheriff, it's not as though we're looking to find something wrong. I think we just want to go in and make sure that we are doing what we can to look at efficiencies and effectiveness of operations. And that's pretty much across the board in the sheriff's office, with patrol, detentions, admin, dispatch, all of those elements. And then also looking at the budget and the budget process, having a consultant come in and evaluate that. So I just wanted to run that by the board, make sure that before we send this out to solicit a consultant, that if you had any feedback or comments. And George, I think you mentioned to me the other day that you may have a couple comments, and maybe the other board members as well. So Sheriff, I don't know if you wanted to say anything at this point, or we'll just see what the board has to say.
Sean, I don't want to jump in front of you. What do you got? Okay, so my first question, Sheriff, I assume you're comfortable with this RFP. You feel like it's comprehensive enough. You feel like it's not missing anything.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Sort of.
The sheriff and I have had a couple of conversations, and like I say, that's why I wanted to elaborate, and I tried to set the scope of work up such that it's not like we're trying to find something wrong. We just, again, I think the sheriff does a good job, and he's certainly aware of the state-of-the-art methodology in law enforcement and that type of thing. But at the same time, as the undersheriff has said in the past, it never hurts to take another look. And I appreciate the sheriff and the undersheriff being cooperative, and we've had some good conversations. Let's put it that way.
Okay, Randy, do you have any comments, questions on this RFP? Okay, I can move forward with mine. Oh, well, go ahead. Okay, I'll move forward with mine. What I want to understand, I want to clarify the BOCC role. Are we going to choose to have a commissioner take part in this process? Other questions are, who is going to be on the selection team to choose the vendor? Those are kind of the key things that I think I'd like to understand.
I'll give you my initial comment, and I'm sure the sheriff has some thoughts as well. My assumption as part of the process is that the consultant is going to be interviewing a number of different folks. And I would assume that the consultant will want to talk with, people like myself and others within the organization, as well as the Board of County Commissioners, whether it be one commissioner or the commissioners as a whole. But my sense would be that that's how the consultant will get or obtain feedback from the commissioners, is just having a conversation. I don't see a board member or the board intimately involved in the process, the entirety of the process. That's why we bring in a consultant. We assume they know what the hell they're doing, and they will go through the process and do the evaluation based on state-of-the-art practices, so to speak. But again, that's my assumption. Sheriff, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add to that.
Are you talking about the process or the picking of the company that's going to do it, George?
Well, I was initially talking about the process. As far as the selection team, I'm open for feedback or comments on that as well.
Yeah. George, is that your question? Who's going to pick the company?
I have both of those questions.
Yeah, I'd like to have myself or the undersheriff be part of the process all the way through, of course. It's going to be time consuming and manpower intensive, I think, to get, because we're a 24-hour, 7-day service, and to get the proper people in here, it might take a little bit of time, but I'd like to be part of the picking the company. And I think it even says in the RFP that the companies go to Keith and I at the start here, and we get to pick.
So yeah, maybe just focusing on vendor selection. Is there a commissioner that would like to be on the vendor selection team?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of have different feelings about it. I'm not sure that we really need to, although at the end of the day, it is the Board of Commissioners who requested this study be done. And so, I think that we need to make sure that it's the process goes according to our wishes to pick someone independent based on their qualifications. And I trust our staff to manage that. But on the other hand, if somebody wants to have a commissioner as part of that process, I would be happy to do it. And I'm sure George and Randy would do a fine job too. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I unmuted, so I was, Sean pretty well mirrored my words. A piece of me wants to stay more at arm's length from another elected official, but it was also us that said it. And so if one of us wants to do it, that's fine. And since Sean said he'd be happy to do it first, I'm fine with that as well. So.
Yeah, I am too, Sean. I appreciate the offer. And I do think that because we asked for this, because we're wanting to have a better understanding of the sheriff's budget and operations, I think it is appropriate to be involved in vendor selection, and it might be appropriate to be involved in more regularly in those meetings with the vendor. I think, the management of a consultant is how you make sure you get a good process. And I know that we have a lot of questions, and a great way to make sure those questions are answered is to be engaged.
I appreciate that. I will work with the sheriff's team to create the selection team and put together that selection process. And then, George, you kind of triggered something in my mind. My suggestion would be to the board, if you have specific questions that you'd like a consultant to focus on or to answer, share those with us so that we can provide those to the consultant early on. And we can make sure that that's included either in the scope of work or somewhere in the expectation as to what the outcome should be. So if there's a burning question or a burning issue that any of you have, let us know so we can incorporate that into the process.
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak really quickly. My goal is always to find an expert who this isn't their first rodeo. I mean, I'm probably stating the obvious, but a consultant who's done many of these, ideally done them in our part of the universe, and maybe even has some samples that they can share with us so we can have a really clear idea of what type of deliverables we could expect from them.
Yeah. In fact, I think that was part of the submittal requirement, was to show us examples of other work that they've done similar to what we're attempting to achieve here.
Yeah, and my comment on the content of the scope of work is that it seems comprehensive. I don't know that I'm the right person to know that it's comprehensive, but Sheriff's been involved. He knows it's comprehensive. He knows how to determine it's comprehensive, and he feels it is. So I'm comfortable with that. Just to make sure we know what the outcome of this was, did we decide that Sean is going to be on the selection team?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Sean, is that your understanding? Cool. I think that's all we have for that.
Great. Yeah. Moving on real quick, and this has to do with the sheriff as well and other team members here. You'll recall a few months ago, we started a conversation about a community engagement or community communication tool. Initially, we thought, well, maybe we could take a look at Code Red and use that process or that protocol to communicate with our citizens and with the public. And in this case, I agree with the sheriff. No, Code Red is for emergency purposes only. So what we have, and so we didn't want to use Code Red for that process. So what we did was solicited some other vendors and other opportunities for a communication tool that could be utilized for comprehensive community communication. And we came up with, and we had a team that actually talked to the vendor, looked at a demonstration, and we felt really good about the team that was selected for the demonstration. They're called HyperReach, and they provide, I think, a lot of really good services that kind of what we had talked about. We can focus in on certain neighborhoods, certain areas, certain clientele, so to speak, geographic areas, that type of thing, and send out different types of messages. They've got a whole menu of different communication tools that can be used. And what was nice about, in my opinion, once again, being the fiscal conservative that I am, what was nice was the cost associated with this. They can provide this service for less than $5,000 a year, which I thought was a pretty good bargain, so to speak. And the sheriff has agreed to pay for this out of his budget. The sheriff has agreed to manage this system and administer the system and house the system in the sheriff's office. So that takes a lot of resource or pressure, I guess, off of others within the organization. And the sheriff made it very clear that, and Sheriff, I don't want to speak for you, but I guess I am, made it clear that, hey, this system is for everyone within the organization to use. So it's not like, the sheriff is going to pick and choose how to use the system, but this is a team effort, and all of our communication people were part of the demonstration and the conversation. So barring any unforeseen circumstances, we do have a draft agreement with this company and we're ready to move forward. The sheriff can sign the agreement. Like I say, it's less than $5,000 annually. Sheriff, Amy was part of the process as well. Any comments at this point?
Just a little bit for you. Did a good job on the presentation, Keith. It will go out to other medias like Facebook, Twitter, and stuff like this. So, you know, one message can go out to multiple platforms across the web and everything like that. So, you know, and debating it this long, it's like I've already ordered it. It's coming in. Because if you guys don't use it, you know, there's other things that I could probably use it for. Road and Bridge can use it for. I think it, for the value we're getting out of it, I think it's a great program.
Going to be it's super flexible, and there's lots and lots of different ways to use it, and there's lots of different ways to slice it. You know, it's very, very flexible, and and it's cheap.
Maybe
we like to
my
say
only
inexpensive.
question. Sorry, go ahead, Keith.
I was just going to say, instead of cheap, we like to use the word inexpensive.
High value, efficient.
This is cheap.
So, my question is, does this replace Code Red, or is this an addition to?
No, I'm going to stay with Code Red because I want all the residents in Clear Creek County to hear Code Red and know that they have to act. They either have to shut their doors or they have to get the hell out. One of the two. I don't want to mess with Code Red. And that's what I've said for the last year on that. But it's not going to replace Code Red.
Okay.
What this does do, as I understand, is there have been a number of times when we did not have a tool to be able to reach our public to get important information out there, but which was not, it was only semi-emergency or semi-urgent. And we declined to use Code Red because we don't want Code Red to become wallpaper in their life that they begin to ignore. So what this will do is provide that avenue, as I understand it. Is that correct? Through which we can now more effectively reach our public, especially on those important things, but that don't quite rise to the Code Red level. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, good. It sounds like the sheriff has already ordered this, so I think we're well on our way. And again, it's an annual fee. We can cancel this, I think, with 30 days notice, so it's not like we're locked in for a lifetime. But we'll give it a try, and we were all pretty excited about it. So
well, if you already ordered it, what was that 5 minutes about? Glad to have the information.
Keeping you in the loop.
I just want to say,
I wanted to, moving on here.
Keith, if I can, just one moment.
I'm sorry.
Just one moment. I just want to thank the sheriff. This is just another example of his excellent collaboration and commitment to being a team player.
Well, I was, but I was not looking at you.
Thank you, Sheriff. As I've said numerous times, the sheriff is a pretty good guy. I think he would probably agree with that. Moving on, I see Dr. Ryan on the screen. I just wanted to quickly, basically an FYI, inform the board that Dr. Ryan has graciously agreed to provide some assistance on air quality monitoring and air quality statistics and data and evaluation as part of the I-70, not only the Floyd Hill project, but also anything to do with air quality along the I-70 corridor. And the one thing that we're all very sensitive to is Dr. Ryan's bandwidth, I think as Randy had put it. We know that there are priorities in the community right now, and the pandemic is a very high priority that obviously takes a lot of Dr. Ryan's time, but he has the ability, he has some background, and he has the capability of providing some technical support to the transportation team. So Randy, Amy, I don't know if, or Tim, feel free to elaborate.
Thanks, Keith. Good morning, everyone. It is the other half of my title, Public and Environmental Health. So I do have some background, as Keith suggested, as the manager of an air quality study out in Pinedale, Wyoming, years back. So I'm familiar with it. And it does play a direct role in the respiratory health of our community, which is directly impacted by anyone, COVID. So.
And I just wanted to say that Joanne's been doing a great job of assimilating data. There were two issues that came up, and they're the typical issues. The number one is that we received some technical information, of course, from our non-regulatory monitors over the last couple of years. We've had some backup of the information that we received from one regulatory monitor that was put in place. We've had a reading from CDPHE, and they're getting ready to decide what that tells us and what the next moves should be. And we need to advise what we think about what that is. And it came down to the ability to technically analyze those results that were given to us. And Joanne said that she had felt that she needed to have an expert reading of that. And then secondly, the thing it does is it allows credibility, because when we don't have somebody that has that particular credential that accompanies those opinions about what the next steps should be, we're less likely to be recommending the right course. And then it's more difficult to convince people that we know the right course. And so I feel in Dr. Ryan, we have someone who is equal to those to whom we're talking in terms of being able to recommend that course. And so it gives more strength to our concerns and recommendations for our quarter. And honestly, it will help benefit the CE. But at the current time, it would be for the purpose, because of his bandwidth, which has been consumed, which he has told us about numerous times, with COVID right now. Our purpose is to have him analyze that data at the current time to help advise those recommendations, and then we'll still take it from there. But as time goes forward, the problem that we have in the I-70 corridor is a complete lack of bandwidth on air quality considerations. A complete lack of baseline. We have no baseline. And so it's very difficult to get some of the state agencies to agree that a strategy that they plan is actually going to have any impact on us, because they have no historical baseline data to compare to be able to prove one thing one way or the other. So anyway, it's great to have him on board, and it's great to not have to go out and seek that somewhere else. So thanks for being here.
Great. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Randy. Next item, real quick, just a brief update. I think you're aware that Clay Brown reached out to me, a couple months ago, and he said, Keith, would Clear County be interested in a best and brightest participant in their best and brightest program? And it took me about 5 seconds to think about it and say, of course we would. And what this is the ability for us to bring in a graduate student out of UCD in the public administration program. And this is a two-year program, a 2-year commitment. DOLA would actually pay half of the cost, which I think over 2 years, correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, I think it was $40,000 for 2 years. So it's $20,000 a year. And DOLA would assist in the payment. And Amy has put together a program outline that we intend to submit to DOLA for their consideration. I'm hoping, based on Clay's encouragement, that DOLA will provide some positive consideration to allow Clear Creek County to take advantage of this program. So again, this is more of an FYI. I just wanted to let you know that we are intending to submit an application for a best and brightest intern. And the areas that we intend to put on the application include a lot of the things that Amy and I are working on relative to strategic plan. And I think this would give a candidate a good, well-rounded realm of experience, so to speak. We talk about strategic planning within the organization. we talked about, I'm trying to find my notes here.
I can
Here we
help.
go. Strategic planning, organizational and employee development. I'm sorry, Amy. Recreation planning, and then also maybe some assistance on whatever housing program we come up with. And then finally, just some assistance on overall communication with the organization. I know that sounds like a lot, but the position would report actually to Amy, so Amy can provide some direction and support to the position. Amy, what did I miss here?
Not much. Just the thing I figured out that was interesting. It's like a grant, right? We are applying for a grant that DOLA will provide. We create the job, the grant, the applicants apply to us. We select them from the applicants. So there's sort of a competitive process to be eligible to receive the grant. It's a total of 46,000 actually. There's a few other little bits and pieces in addition to 20 grand a year as a partial salary. It's a minimum salary of 42,000 a year. And then applicants apply. You know, they select a variety of potential intern jobs to apply for. 2 years full time. So that's why we're looking at trying to make it a fairly complete job description. And a lot of the work I think this person would do on the strategic projects is a little bit more, I think that work is going to end up being more like 25%. And then the communications work would probably be more in the 75% realm. The grant application recommended that by year 2, that the position ends up focusing more on areas that the intern is interested in. And so I think that all of that can work beautifully. And the communications is going to be an important part of all of the strategic work that we're doing, whether it's building county reputation or internal communications or web content to help with improved customer service and mission delivery. It all lines up really well. So I'm excited and positive about it. Hopefully we'll get a good person.
I think the application is due February 15th or middle of February.
Yep.
The only thing I might say, just for the benefit of people listening, I'm sure we're all aware of this. This program has brought some real high quality people to Clear Creek County. Tim Mock and John Kane, chief among them, and it's resulted in obviously long-term benefits.
So thank you for those comments. Thanks, Amy. In the few minutes we have left, a couple quick items. I think they'll be quick. We had talked last week about looking at dues and fees with different organizations. And my recollection is that George and Randy were going to report back to us. I don't know if the two of you had a chance to think about, one was CCAT, and Randy was going to check into that if he had time. And then George was C4CA, or is that the name of it? CC4CA. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I suspect, so we've got 5 minutes left. I want to give that conversation its due. And so maybe I suggest we give ourselves 5 minutes. I've been sitting in front of this computer for a couple hours now, and come back at 11, and then we can have those discussions later in the day.
We can do that, not a problem. I did have the final thing on the agenda was the Board of Health legislation. And I know Tim may or may not be available later in the day for that, but it was mainly just I shared with you some background information that CCI had put together on that Board of Health proposed legislation. But anyway, if we want to take a break now, we can bring those two topics back around later in the day.
I wanted to say one really quick thing about the internship idea. I'm very enthusiastic about that concept, and I would be open to funding it from, I would be open not to constraining ourselves to have to go find DOLA money to do it, and potentially having multiple interns in the county.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with that. We've seen others in the county use that program and come up with some really good results. And enough said.
And maybe we can talk to Clay about being eligible for applicants without requiring them to award us the fellowship.
Yeah.
And then getting back to the Board of Health thing, Tim, if you have something you'd like to say on that now, I certainly have no intention of silencing you. I also think that given the timing of the bill and the session, it's not incredibly urgent.
I think Tim's getting ready for his 11 o'clock presentation. So
I think we could defer it to another meeting actually, because it's got a
Oh,
ways.
there he
Why
is.
don't we do that rather than try to talk about that this afternoon? Because it's going to take, there's some question about how much legs the bill has even still, and it's going to take some time for the legislators to work that out. So,
okay. With that said, we have 3 minutes until 11. We are going to go into recess or on a break until 11 o'clock. Okay, it is 11 o'clock, which is the time for our weekly COVID update. Welcome back, everybody. And Tim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, George. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Let's do what we do every week and run through the numbers and then take some questions. So nationally, we have 25+ million confirmed cases in the United States. We continue on a 1.5 million per week pace. with clearly more than 60% plus now have occurred in the last 2 months of the sum total. The average daily case count continues to be extremely high, however, has declined again this last week, and the number of new cases is now below 200,000 as a 7-day average, just slightly. Hospitalizations continue to be extremely high, although as well continuing a downward trend over the last 2 weeks with 109 plus thousand, almost 110,000 as of yesterday hospitalized. Fatalities, we have 421,000 fewer Americans today than we did at the start of this. The current rate is in excess now of 3,000 per day over the 7-day average. Our test positivity rate across the country is now 9.1%, with the major contributing factors continuing to be the lack of mask wearing or belief in even the pandemic, social gatherings, and travel. Colorado, we are seeing the current number of daily cases has slightly decreased again last week. However, now it seems the last few days a slight uptick in cases with an excess of around 1,700 per day. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is just at 36 per 100,000. That's the number I did not change. I will get that changed. Hospitalizations, we have, why did I not change those? Currently 862 folks in the state who are hospitalized due to COVID. Across the state, our test positivity rate is 5.1%, although I will get to that in a second. The major contributing factors here in the state continue to be lack of mask wearing, as well as social gatherings and people traveling, both in and out of the state. These two numbers are new. The number of immunized individuals with 1 dose is roughly 372,000 so far in Colorado, with a little over 82,000 people with 2 doses to date. That number is clearly growing each week. In Clear Creek County, and these numbers are incomplete due to limited data, which I will discuss in a second. So our case count over the last 7 days has been 6 cases, 22 cases in the last 2 weeks for a sum total of 340 to date. 19 hospitalizations, 1 additional one over the last week, holding steady with 2 fatalities. Our 2-week cumulative incident is at 236, although again, this is not an accurate number. And our test positivity rate is at 6.5%. Social gatherings and lack of mask wearing continue to be major contributors to these numbers. So the testing update. Curative testing, which is what has been our community testing site. About 10 days ago, the FDA informed the CDPHE that there were several issues with the curative test site, the curative testing. It was not sensitive enough. So what the FDA wanted CDPHE and subsequently the counties to do is to use the curative testing on only symptomatic individuals, convert the testing from an oral swab to a nasal swab, and then every single negative test from the curative had to be confirmed with a second test with a different lab. None of those 3 we can actually adhere to from a state and or county perspective. The state is actively working on finding us an alternative lab to use, whether it be administered by our staff, as we have that model in the past, and or to follow a curative model, just a different laboratory and different analysis. So I spoke to CDPHE yesterday afternoon. They're going to get back to me in the next day or 2, so probably by the end of the week, with hopefully an alternative to that testing site. So the reason the numbers are incomplete is because we basically haven't been testing for the last 10 days. I'm aware anecdotally of 2 additional cases who are not among those numbers that I just stated, and the majority of people who potentially are positive would not have been tested over the last week. So those numbers are incomplete, to say as an understatement, and so I don't know that we should draw any conclusions based on them at this point until we can get community testing back in place. Vaccinations. To date, we have vaccinated 828 individuals with a single dose. And an additional 104 individuals starting last week are now immunized with 2 doses. We are continuing vaccinating this week. One additional vaccine update is Safeway in Idaho Springs is now able to vaccinate. This week, they did receive 100 doses and have already scheduled folks to get those vaccinations. The Safeway in Idaho Springs, though, is not only open to Clear Creek residents. So the fact that those 100 spots filled up within 2 hours suggests that the demand is going much beyond our borders for those slots. So we do have the ability to look at who Safeway is vaccinating. We can pull a report once they do those vaccinations to determine if in fact those individuals are Clear Creek residents, and then add those to our list of people vaccinated or not. Any questions thus far?
Are they required? I think I read that at Safeway they are required to stay within the same parameters of who they can vaccinate. Isn't that correct? 1A, 1B, and 70 plus.
Correct. And on their scheduling form, when you go on there, you have to check the boxes that those apply to you under perjury. I don't know how well they're checking those sorts of things. As you know, we cannot ask for an ID. We can only ask those questions. Are you 70 plus and are you a firefighter or whatever? We can't actually verify much of that.
So my comment on that topic is I kind of wonder about Safeway's incentives. They're a for-profit, and I wonder if they're being paid. I imagine they're not charging for these vaccines, and I wonder if they're being paid to distribute them.
They're definitely not charging. The vaccine is free for everyone, no matter where you get it. The challenge, and it's a great point, George, is a doctor's office, for example, going to charge you for administering that vaccine to you, not the vaccine itself. They can't charge you for, but can they charge you for the administration of the vaccine? I would guess. I don't know many doctors who do anything for free, particularly around that. So it's an interesting question. I'm sure they have a contractual agreement with the state and more broadly the federal government. I know Safeway across the state is now enrolled, and Idaho Springs seemed to be one of the last to get the vaccines across the state. So we're hoping, it's bolstering our ability to distribute vaccine, and if they can get an additional 100 that we could not have gotten anyway, just from the allotment perspective, that's great. If they're vaccinating, half of Jefferson County in the end, Crystal made this point yesterday, those folks need to get vaccinated anyway. And if it's going to take Jefferson County 2 months to get to them, and we can get to them sooner through Safeway, that's great too, because the state, from my perspective, and the governor's said this every time, except he could change his mind tomorrow, that the state is not going to move forward until most or all the counties have moved forward, meaning we vaccinated everyone 70 plus and everyone in 1A and the north end of 1B.
Okay, so you view that as a positive development.
Yeah, my only concern is that it's not, Safeway isn't getting the vaccines that we would otherwise be getting, sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's my only concern. I would, if that's the case, I would much rather have the vaccines ourselves, that we can control the distribution, et cetera, But this does provide an eastern end, more end for folks to get to. It's also, there's plenty of parking there, and Safeway, I don't know the contractual agreement again that Safeway has with CDPHE or others, but it's a good thing as long as they're not getting our vaccines.
How would we know that?
The short answer is we don't, we won't, we probably never will. It's one of the many variables that I've come to accept in life that we'll never know. And we just, it's like life, just accept it and move on.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, it wasn't lost on me that how much we got and how much they got. this week, although there's no way to know that you can correlate it, but that's not necessarily causation. So.
No. And so, in Safe, we've been in communication, Olivia and Suzanne have been in contact with Safeway for many months now. So them getting the vaccine wasn't a surprise. They alerted us, and we have a very open line of communication with them and are collaborating with them very well. So we see it as a positive. Another 100 people are getting vaccinated this week. So.
Right.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot more clarity on vaccine distribution more broadly in the state and in the country. As you know, the new administration took control a week ago, and nothing was clear, it seems, in terms of what they saw. So they're now having to try to figure things out from the beginning and reinstate everything and making sure that the distribution is fair and equitable. I do know that a third potential vaccine will be coming soon, in probably the next month or less. And it is likely to be the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is a single dose vaccination, which is logistically a heck of a lot simpler to do. It's one and done. We don't have to keep track of these folks and bring them back, which is great. I know they're going to be reviewed here in the next couple of weeks. So I don't know their data. I haven't seen the data in terms of efficacy, et cetera. It's above my pay grade. So until that stuff comes out, we won't be able to draw any conclusions on it, but it will be yet another vaccine and another potential that we can use in our arsenal to address the COVID pandemic. So.
I've got a question here from Corinne Westerman with the current. To what extent are we keeping track of how many residents are getting vaccinated in other counties around the state?
We are keeping track of that. We can track that and pull reports from the state database that we're entering our information into. We can pull reports from that. So I don't have those numbers right now in terms of who the additional folks. The numbers that I gave to you are the numbers that we have vaccinated ourselves. That is obviously going to be much higher number, particularly given Safeway's involvement now in those folks who work in other counties who've been vaccinated through their employer or employment who live in Clear Creek County.
It has been helpful to have that information as well, and it has helped us in at least one case make the case and get some more vaccines that were helpful to us in order to help balance the equation. So it's a good thing to track and a good thing to know, and it's been a benefit to us to do that.
Yeah, and we the collective, including some of you on this call, are advocating every single day we can to get more vaccines from either directly through CDPHE and or through some of our neighbors. And Summit County did come to our aid last week and provide 250 of those vaccines that we gave out last week. So last week alone, we administered 518 vaccines in a single day, which I'm sure is a Clear Creek County record for this most vaccines administered in a single day. It was incredibly efficient and effective. Everybody seemed to move through the process quite rapidly. And I spoke to one woman and I said, I apologize for the wait. And she laughed at me and said, are you kidding me? If I was in Denver, this would be a 3-hour experience. So I think that was a general sentiment. And the team last week was absolutely top notch. Everyone was doing what they needed to do, getting the job done. And to get that many people through in a single day was impressive to see.
I also want to compliment you and your team on your communication efforts. There's always going to be a need for more communication, but we've received a number of positive emails from constituents over the week about how well they've been treated by your team. And we found out that it's not like that in most other counties. So thank you for being so dedicated to making sure people know what's going on.
Yeah, you're welcome, and I'm glad to hear all that. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's difficult. Things change sometimes in a single day, and so crafting communication to the best that we can, and sometimes it's a little too general, but we do that because if we put too much detail and nuance in it, literally by the end of the day, it can change. And constantly changing things on websites and Facebook, et cetera, is time consuming. And so we're trying to put as much information out there as possible that won't seem to change day to day. And so it's a challenge to say the least. Chris and her team are doing an absolutely fantastic job at that. I also want to mention Chris and the other Dr. Ryan applied for a CSU extension agent intern over the summer and received that. And so they're in the process of working out what that specific details of what that person will be doing, but it will be COVID related. Don't know yet exactly, but I will be some part of that in some shape or form. So, but kudos to Chris and the other Dr. Ryan for applying and getting that. Again, another contribution to the county with no cost to the county whatsoever. Just trying to make an additional difference in the county. That's all I got. That's all I know.
How many Dr. Ryans do we have?
There's 4 in my family alone.
Wow. And of course, well, Jill Ryan is not a doctor. Jill Ryan with the state.
Of no relation to me.
No relation.
No.
Yeah, I find it odd that there would be so many people in your family with the same name, Tim. It's just.
I have 11
Mind-boggling.
siblings, Randy. Can you guess my former religion?
Not even gonna
Yes, I
try. Not even gonna try.
You're still a Buddhist, right, Dr.
Yeah.
Ryan? I just want to say, a couple of my neighbors who are very used to high-end customer service volunteered to me without being asked that they had a great experience last week getting vaccinated, and they got the name on the list, they got a response, and I just wanted to say kudos to you about that, you and your team. The question I have, and maybe you don't have an answer for this, but I think everybody knows about the 1A, 1B, and the 70 plus. I hear other states are dropping it down to 65. Do you have any predictions or visibility into who's going to get vaccinated next after? And it sounds like the 70 plus we may have a handle on within a few weeks. Is that right?
Good question, Sean. So a lot of this is clearly dependent on supply of vaccine. And as I stated last week, the supposed stash or supply that the federal government had, they didn't actually have it. And so there is right now this week, a slight increase. Colorado is supposed to get an additional 7,000, which isn't very that much. But the next week and following week, there's supposed to be an uptick in the number of Pfizer and Moderna vaccines that the state of Colorado and other states get. Whether the Biden administration assumes a more sort of reward those states, for instance, that are doing a better job than others, if they shift to that model, Colorado may see a significant increase in the number of vaccines we receive, right? They want to send them to the states that are going to get them out as quickly as possible. And Colorado continues to be in the top 10 of states administering that. I don't know. I wish I could predict what the governor was going to say at any given moment. I'd be a rich man if I could. But my inkling is if he does drop the age group down, that's going to obviously swell our numbers in terms of people we have to vaccinate. But dropping down to that, what I call the southern half of the 1B, and that's teachers, frontline workers, grocery store workers. It's on our website, the different phases. And so we would drop right into that. I heard yesterday through one of the many birds that fly by that he's considering lowering the age and only including teachers potentially in that next group. I don't know. I can only react based on what I hear as facts. So, but the 70 plus, Clear Creek County, we're getting there. It depends if we get 100 next week or 400, or, you know, it could take us anywhere from a week or two to 3 or 4, depending on the number. And again, having Safeway on board helps. But my understanding was we weren't moving to the next grouping until the counties had collectively across the state reached that threshold of 70 plus and completing that group. Because it really makes no sense to suddenly increase the demand when the supply hasn't even met the demand that we already have. Do you know what I mean? It just grows a list and people get irritated and impatient because they've now been on the list for 3-4 weeks, as opposed to we just got the word, get on the list now and hopefully we can get to you as quick as possible. So I don't have a magic ball. It's going to depend on how many vaccines we get any given week. And this week we did not receive any new additional vaccines. So. That's a long answer for, I don't know.
Have you heard anything, Tim, around the state about wrestling with the fact that our case rate is potentially falsely low because we're not doing testing? How are we going to work that into our understanding of what's going on?
That's a great question, George, and one that I hope we can get answered tomorrow with my meetings with CDPHE. I missed last week's call because I was doing other things, and so was not able to hear any sort of insight on that. Curative was used for all nursing care facilities across the state. So I know that was the state's first priority, was finding an alternative to for the nursing care facilities. So the last 10 days, I don't know what they're going to do with that data. Clearly, it's an underestimate of cases that we have here. And when I find out, I'll let you know. One other thing I forgot to mention. So the variant, which we haven't talked about, which was first discovered here in Colorado weeks ago. The state now has a robust surveillance program underway. They're collecting thousands of samples every week and analyzing those, not only for the England variant that we've all heard about, but any other variants. There's a South African one and a Brazilian one that the CDC and others are keeping an eye on. Some data out of England suggests now that that variant, as England began their surveillance and up that a bit, that it is potentially a little more fatal. I know the CDC is actively looking at that data this week to determine if in fact that is the case, but no indications yet of whether that's true or not. In addition, the vaccine companies are looking at if there's any of the 3 predominant variants are in fact not impacted by the vaccination. And to date, the answer to that question is no, they're all impacted. So the changes in those 3 variants that I just mentioned, the change in the mutations in the spike protein in the vaccine is sort of a blanket over that spike protein, not to get too far in the weeds. So it hasn't mutated enough to impact the ability of the vaccine to in fact neutralize that the virus. So good news on that front. We'll see what the CDC determines based on the data they got from England, and if they draw the same conclusions. Hopefully it's not true because a far more transmissible and more deadly variant is not a good thing, vaccine or no. Lots to digest, lots of ever-changing information, so.
I don't see any additional questions in Facebook or in our chat line.
George, I'm wondering if Suzanne has anything she would like to share from an EOC standpoint?
I will say that I'm really proud of our team for being able to do this so efficiently for our county. You know, it takes a lot of background work, and so we want to thank everybody that is being really patient with us and folks that have called to make sure that they have an appointment. You know, the process that we're using seems to be working, of having people continue to use the Google form to let us know if they are interested in getting a vaccine, because you know, there's one set of numbers that we, you know, look at our population of 70 plus that are in the county, but all of those may not want it. And so it's really helpful for us when you all provide us that information via the Google form, because it really helps us plan out where we are in meeting the governor's goals for getting our 70 plus population vaccinated. We are still doing a few second doses for our first responders, but we are well on our way to vaccinating our 70 plus population. So it's been great to finally get those vaccinations out there. For the EOC, we are still having twice a week meetings to coordinate throughout our county and with our state partners as far as what any needs that we have, which right now are not, aside from vaccines, we've got the staff we need. We've got enough people to vaccinate. One thing we have requested from the state is a little bit of support to do that data entry that's required for after the folks get the vaccines. You know, that data has to be put in within 24 hours. And so, you know, they're offering some assistance that way. But other than that, we're doing great as far as coordinating our vaccines and getting them out to folks. So we're doing real well. There's nothing else that we need to provide to everyone. So, you know, just appreciate everyone's patience and recognizing there's just simply, you know, it's a supply and demand. There isn't enough supply across the nation in order to provide everybody that wants it when they want it. But again, you know, anybody in Clear Creek that wants it, we will provide it to you. It just is going to take a while. And that's why the state, you know, issued that graphic. I call it the seasons graphic, you know, looking to spring and summer. So just keep making sure that you acknowledge that that's kind of the time frame we're still looking at. Hopefully we can speed it up if we get more, but that's what we're all looking at. So thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne. I just want to add one follow-up. So we have requested numerous times, and we'll continue to do so, from CDPHE. The data that they're looking at in terms of how many 70 plus folks we have, the demographic data, because they're using that data to determine what percentage of our 70 plus have we vaccinated, et cetera. I specifically for Clear Creek County, as well as my peers, have asked CDPHE for that data several weeks ago. We have not heard back. I will continue to ask for that data so that we have an understanding of, do our numbers jive with what CDPHE is perceived to be looking at, and make sure that we're on the same page with them. So until we receive those numbers from them, we're going to use the numbers that we have to the best of our ability, but we'll hopefully one day get those numbers and be able to match that up.
Something that is on my mind that I think I could benefit from, and maybe the public could benefit from too, for next week, is I'd love for us to talk about how our mandate changes as the high-risk population becomes vaccinated. What the off-ramp to this pandemic looks like. I know we're not there, but we're getting there, and I think setting expectations for how we get out of this and what our mandate is moving forward would be helpful.
Yeah,
Sure.
If I could add to that question before getting the answer too for a moment, it is what the definition of what that real high risk population is, because it's a grayscale, obviously. When we look at 70 plus, we were looking at the age scale that seemed to produce about 80% of the fatalities. That, you know, 50 to 60 plus range and comorbidity areas are something that are pretty hard to get a handle on too. And I just wondered if you could, in answering George's question, if you could speak to what it means to have gotten past that high risk. You know, what is the high risk population, in addition to how does that change our view, our management view as we go forward?
You want an answer now or next week?
It's 11:30, I guess. Sorry, George.
Oh, we ran out of time.
I mean, I think that, next week is probably appropriate. I think it's something that I think is important for us to talk about and communicate.
Right.
No,
And we're
I
not-
agree. I agree completely. And I think it's a conversation that we will likely have for several weeks. I don't think it'll be a single week sort of conversation. I think as we make progress in any one grouping, or if there's a national change over the next several weeks, I think that's going to inform our discussion around that as we move forward, for sure. So we can talk about it more than once.
Okay. Great. That said, Randy, thank you for pointing out the time. It is 11:31. The next thing on our agenda is to continue to talk about the 5-star program. Alyssa was sent with some additional research to do. Alyssa Denberg, our recovery coordinator, for those who haven't been introduced. The floor is yours.
Thanks, George. I'm going to share my screen. All right. Before we get into the questions that you left me with last week, I just want to make a quick correction from something in my presentation. I made an error. So in the highlighted section, last week I said that reservations were required under the 5-star. They're actually recommended, and that is my mistake from transcribing from the website. So I just wanted to make sure that I cleared that up for both our board and everybody listening. It is recommended in the 5-star program per the public health order. Okay, so survey results. Let's quickly go over that. We had 19 total results or respondents. 2 of those were from the same business, so I actually removed one of them. One business was not eligible due to being a home-based business, so I've also removed them from this data. And then 2 were outdoor recreation businesses, and at this time it's undetermined how those businesses are impacted, and so I also removed them as well. So on the left is participant location. I just thought it would be interesting to show you that data. And then on the right is participant industry. So as you recall, on the mitigation strategies, there's 5 different, they've broken it down to 5 different industries. And so I allowed our respondents to select which industry they represent, and we only had 3 different industries represented in this survey. So general business, personal service, and restaurant. And to no surprise, restaurant was the highest. So this next slide, I wanted to compare building capacity to interest in the program. I wondered if there was a correlation between how big the business was to how interested they are in the program. As you can see here, it's possible we don't have enough data to really make a clear decision on whether there's a correlation, but I did just want to provide this slide with you with that information in case you were curious. And the numbers at the top are occupancy capacity. Was there a question? I'm sorry, I can't see everybody, so no? Okay. Okay, so going into the research that I did speak to somebody with Safe Built, I apologize. I spoke to somebody with Safe Built to understand the program that they are administering. So right now it sounds like they are using the CDPHE form as the inspection list. They don't have any additional inspection points that they are using. And they're really looking for applicants to show detailed information at the front end of the application process, rather than using the inspection as more of an interview. And so that's kind of what their approach is, catching people at the beginning. They have a training plan for all inspectors, and each business gets certified once unless a complaint is filed. So as of right now, they do not have plans to go back into businesses unless there's a complaint. And the administrative committee would manage all of the complaints, and proposed fees are all inclusive for intake, inspection, certification, reporting, and a back-end tracking of the applicants through a software that Safe Built manages. And the cost for them is $100 per application. So per business, there's $100 plus $150 per inspection. And then if they have to go back to the business, it's another $100. And so an example of them going back to the business would be either a failed inspection or a complaint that's made where they have to go back and re-inspect. And again, that is per business. Next, I spoke to H2 Manufacturing Solutions. This program was actually piloted with Boulder County months ago. The program was created for safety rather than the 5-star program. And so it was created, and then the 5-star program came out, and they realized that the program that they were piloting pretty much aligned with the requirements of the 5-star program, so they have since expanded to other counties. Their program has a 79-point audit for each business, and it weighs the variables and produces a report card and an action plan. And I have an example of what that looks like if you're interested in seeing it. And it tells you whether you've passed, it tells you the areas you need to improve on, it gives you resources, and it's a pretty in-depth report card. The other thing that they use is an HVAC checklist, and they actually created this in partnership with US Engineering. And it's a pretty substantial checklist, and what they are looking for is that businesses are able to check off 3 of the many items that are on the checklist. And I actually have an example of that as well if you're interested. They have 2 models for how they go about inspections. The first one is the train the trainer model. This is the model that both Boulder and Denver are using. The administrative committee would be responsible for determining how the program's administered, compliance and enforcement, and then preparation and submission of application. And then responsibilities of H2 would be to help develop application process for businesses to apply. And then they would train the auditors, which the community would provide. So this is kind of a pick and choose model. This is the information that I sent to the company based on what I think that we want, but we can move things around and the price will change a little bit. What she has said is that the cost for this is about $10,000 to $15,000. I did ask how many businesses this covers, and I haven't heard back yet. We've been communicating back and forth all weekend, and we talked again yesterday. So I haven't heard back. I should hear back soon on this. I asked her, for example, if we only have 4 businesses that want to do this, obviously the need for inspectors is going to be significantly lower. And so does that cost go down? And so once I have an answer on that, I can report back. The second model is H2 managed. So H2 employees would actually go in and do the inspections for this model. The administrative committee responsibilities would be to determine how the program is administered. So like actually building the program. They would be responsible for enforcement. And then again, preparation and submission of the application. H2 is happy to consult with us on that, but we would be responsible for that. Their main responsibilities would be H2 employees conduct the inspections, and then they would make recommendations and action plans for businesses to comply and become certified. They would manage compliance, and so if complaints are made, they would assist with that. And then they actually send a weekly newsletter out to certified businesses with updates from the CDC and the county. And so this is something that we could partner with them on and be another source of information going out to the businesses. And then they recertify every 8 weeks. And the cost for this is $1,500 per business. Again, I did ask how long this lasts. So does that $1,500 last for inspections every 8 weeks up to 6 months or a year? And I haven't heard back yet. And so once I hear back, I can report to you all. Does anyone have any questions thus far? No?
Yeah, can you confirm, we did find out about a grant program that would help pay for costs associated with this program. What was the amount that we could potentially be awarded?
Yeah, so it's up to $50,000. And in order to apply, we would have to already have submitted our application to the state because part of the application for the grant is showing them your application to the state. So it's up to $50,000, and I believe that the funding, you can apply up until April, I believe. So there is that grant program, and it's through the state. So moving into the questions that were sent me, I just want to go through those. What is the support? What does the engineering support function look like? Neither of these companies has an engineering support function offered. H2, we initially thought that they did. We thought that they sent in engineers that did an assessment. They actually don't. This is not a service that they provide. And if that's something that we are interested in, we would have to work with a third party. I will say that H2 has worked with US Engineering pretty closely. And so I would bet that they would be willing to work with us if that was something that we were interested in. But it is not something being offered in their program. What is the viability of the scientific proof that ventilation improvements help to mitigate the spread? I talked to both companies about this, and we also did some research on this. At this point, there really is no concrete proof that increased ventilation helps. There's anecdotal research around, but it just hasn't been around long enough for there to be substantial research. ASHRAE, which is the American Society for Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, recommends businesses use MERV 14 filters or better. However, in our built environment in the county, most businesses don't even have an HVAC system. So upgrading to these filters is only going to impact some of the businesses. They are recommending no less than MERV 13 filters, but are saying that MERV 14 are the best that we can use. And then for those without HVAC systems, it's recommended to both have front and rear doors open for increased airflow. Again, our built environment may hurt us with this one. Some restaurants are going to have trouble with this. Some businesses are going to have trouble with this, especially in the winter. But it is shown that increasing that airflow through opening windows and doors does help. And we have a chart at the end that helps with that, or that identifies that. Next was the program budget. This is an estimate. It's really hard to create a budget without knowing which path we want to take. And so I just did some estimating. I also looked at a few counties' applications that were submitted and pulled some things off of that. Training is a key component in this program. And so I estimated about $5,000 for developing that material, because we're going to want to make sure that we're creating a robust training process. And then printing materials, I'm estimating about $5,000. Advertising and communication, this is probably a very high estimate, but I did want to put something in there for that. Speaking to advertising and communications, one of my big concerns was the strain on our public information team to be able to help push this information out. After speaking with several members of the business community who are really proponents for this program, we feel like we could create a subcommittee of the administrative committee that would comprise of some of the marketing people from the bigger corporations or the bigger companies in the community that would actually create the content for the program, and then the county would just push that out. So I just wanted to make sure I noted that, because that does alleviate that concern of mine. PPE for inspectors, this depends on which model we go with. If we're going with the train the trainer model, we'd want to make sure we're protecting those people. If H2 is doing it, they would provide their own. And then contract with inspection company, again, depends on which model we go with. I also wanted to provide a very brief business budget, because there is going to be costs for businesses that participate. Again, this really just depends on what we require. I just wanted to give everybody an idea of what this might look like. Maybe a suggested application fee of $150. CO2 monitors, we'll get to that. I do want to briefly talk about that. But CO2 monitors on Amazon are going for about $150. Proper signage, part of the requirement through CDPHE is requiring significant signage for several different things. Some of the businesses already have this signage up, but there is additional signage that some of the businesses aren't using right now. For example, pushing the state's exposure notification app. And so about $100 potentially to print that. And then this is where it gets a little tricky, the HVAC filtration system. It's really hard to estimate what this is going to look like. If they already have the HVAC systems, MERV 14 filters run about $70. The good thing about them is that they last longer than the normal filter, so they would have to replace them less, but they are a little bit more expensive. For businesses that don't have those HVAC systems, increased devices that allow for airflow, such as fans or filtration systems, do have some costs associated with them. One of the things that's proposed is a shift COVID monitor during peak hours. So this would be an employee that's specifically hired to monitor compliance. So making sure people are wearing masks, making sure people are socially distant, making sure sanitation is happening, that the filters or the fans are on, things like that. And it's proposed that this would only be during peak hours. And so looking at about $400 to $500 a week. And then a lot of counties are moving towards the contact tracing visitor management apps. Some of the businesses already have this, and so it's already a cost that they've taken on. There's a couple different options. Some range from $29 a month all the way up to a max of about $100 a month. It really just depends on what features and how you deploy it. And then something that was suggested was employee testing, maybe once or twice a month, just requiring all employees to get tested. And so it's unclear how much that would cost, but I did want to put it on the budget. Does anyone have any?
Yeah, sorry. Can you talk about the dedicated COVID employee?
Yeah, so this was an idea that was actually brought to a group of business owners that meet weekly to talk about 5-star. Some of the businesses would be more than happy to hire somebody that's specifically focused on compliance with the program and making sure that when there's more people in there, that they're really following the guidelines, both on the employee side, but also on the customer side. This can be deployed in a whole lot of different ways. Some businesses could hire somebody, some businesses could use their already existing staff like a host. I think this would be really helpful with contact tracing, having a dedicated person focusing on that, both with employees and with people that are visiting the business. Did you have any specific questions regarding that position?
No, I just didn't see that it was in the public health order or anything, so I was wondering where it was coming from.
No, it's not. Some of these things are additional suggestions, and that's actually my next slide, is additional suggestions that aren't in the public health order but may make us feel a little bit more comfortable with implementing a program like this. And that's just one of them. Okay, so some suggestions that I've come across based on things that I've done and talked to people. There is still some confusion about table distancing. We did send an email to CDPHE yesterday to try to understand where the confusion is coming from based on what's written in the public health order versus what's being implemented in counties. We did do some research on which counties are implementing 10 feet versus 6 feet. It looks like a lot of them, when they are in red by numbers but operating in orange, they are keeping their tables at 10 feet. But when they go back to orange, they're going to 6 feet. Per the public health order, it doesn't say any difference. So we're trying to get some clarity on that. But something that we could potentially do is, regardless of where we are on the dial, stay at 10 feet. Another thing is requiring CO2 monitors with weekly report outs to the administrative committee. After I finish this slide, I'm going to let Becca quickly talk about CO2 monitors. There's a lot of research coming out about their effectiveness with monitoring the air quality and letting the businesses know when they need more airflow. I actually just this morning read about this humidity control. There's new research out from the American Society of Microbiology that recommends indoor relative humidity between 40 to 60%. I recognize that we live in Colorado and humidity is not a thing that we really have here. So in a practical use, I don't know how this would work, but I just felt like I should include that. Again, requiring employee testing, customer time limits at tables is something that's been mentioned. Mask wearing unless actively eating or drinking isn't something that's been mentioned. Again, that's a hard one to monitor unless you have somebody that's specifically focusing on enforcement. And then requiring contact tracing or visitor management protocols. So there's a lot of different options, honestly. Swiped on is one I came across. That one's about $29 a month. And then I actually had a call from somebody yesterday from an HR company that's recently expanded into the contact tracing for businesses. And I am waiting on more information from him on what that program looks like. So there's a lot of different options around that, but requiring a visitor management system is something that we could do. And then increased patrolling from local public safety officers during peak dining times. We know that a lot of the issues that we're going to have are going to happen in off hours when we're not in work. And so asking our partners at the municipalities to increase patrolling just to make sure that everyone's complying with table spacing and face masks and social distancing and things like that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the marketing and promotion subcommittee that would be responsible for producing all of our marketing materials, and then the county and municipalities would just send it out. And then again, COVID captains on each shift, ensuring proper distancing, mask wearing, and sanitizing. I do want to pass the mic to Becca. She is our consumer protection specialist. She was able to do research on the effectiveness of CO2 monitors. So I'm going to pass it to Becca.
Thanks, Alyssa. Yep, so like she said, I was able to do a little bit of research on CO2 monitors. Kind of like Alyssa mentioned in the beginning, it's hard for us to really find a direct relationship between ventilation and transmission. So it's kind of the same thing with CO2. But there are a lot of studies out there that kind of indicate CO2 might be a good way to measure ventilation. So if we are kind of operating under that assumption that ventilation helps with COVID transmission, then CO2 monitors might be something to look at. Let me see here. So though the kind of sources, they definitely varied when it comes to like metrics and exact numbers that you want to look at. It kind of seems like the magic number might be 700 parts per million CO2 in an indoor space. And to kind of give you some perspective, outdoors is about 400 parts per million. So if we shoot for 700 indoors, that would be a good indication that there's enough fresh air moving in and out. Anywhere above 1,000 is getting a little bit more dangerous. And then 2,000 is like hygienically unacceptable regardless of COVID or not. So I think it's something to look into as we kind of continue more discussions. This was a chart that I came across in one of the studies that I found. And this actually does link amount of CO2 in the air to amount of viral particles of COVID in the air. Also, that red line is like low air exchange, poor ventilation, and then the blue line would be high air exchange. So that was done, I think, in a classroom. Yep, a classroom. But you know, I think it did a pretty good job of depicting that potential relationship.
Could you zoom in on that slide a little bit?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that left-hand side, that's parts per million. So we'd be looking at that 700 range, like I mentioned. So that blue higher exchange, that would be like in like outdoors. And that's obviously what we would be aiming for. Yeah, and then the next slide that I have is a different chart that kind of talks about ways to mitigate that. Yeah, here we go. So this was done in like a meeting room of an office space. So this is measurements taken from a CO2 monitor. And the peaks are where they had like a meeting of, I think, 6 to 8 people in the room. So CO2 increases. And then the top of the peak, you can see it indicates where they opened a window. And then that CO2, sharply declines after that. So that kind of indicates, if a business were to notice that their CO2 monitors are reading levels above, say, 700, if that's what we were to decide on, mitigation steps might be as easy as opening a window or an extra door for 5 or 10 minutes just to allow some more fresh air. And that's all I had.
Thanks, Becca.
I was thinking about the HVAC and the CO2 sometime back, and obviously an elevated CO2 is a potential indication of, as it builds up higher, of human breath, human exhalation in the room that has not been evacuated, which could correlate to, of course, all the other portions of that exhalation. One of the things about the filters, and I brought this up at a previous meeting, is that the readings that I had done on increasing MERV filters is that most of our HVAC systems have they're designed for the size of the duct and the delivery system, the fans and the motors and so forth, to be able to deliver X amount of air for X amount of air changes per hour. And the filtration, the resistance of the filtration, just like a resistor in an electrical system, is designed to integrate with that system. So when you jump from a MERV 7 or a MERV 8 filter, which is more typical up to a 13 or 14, the readings that I did months ago said that usually the HVAC system that had been designed for that building was no longer, first of all, it was additional wear and tear on motors pushing against more resistance, and it was no longer delivering the same quantity of air. So while the air was being filtered, the air wasn't being moved. So the air has to be moved through the system in order to filter it. And so I don't know how much research has been done since that time to change and tell us that either that wasn't true or that we can do that in the buildings that we have here. But it was one of my concerns, that the filtration itself, just putting a filter in, sometimes renders those systems ineffective, and whether the balance is, and so the CO2 monitoring would be a good way to do a research project and learn whether putting a MERV 14 filter in a system that has MERV 7 or 8 filters and was designed therefore actually lowers the CO2 level in the room. I don't know how long it would take to get that done, that study, but on the enforcement side, I had an experience last night that was interesting, and it's not just similar to what we've seen in other places. I was in a local grocery store, and the third time that person walked by me within 3 feet without a mask on, I finally, intentionally, and looked at me each time and said, hi. I finally said, if you're not going to wear a mask, at least get 3 feet or get 6 feet from me. And he used profanities on me and just, told me he didn't care. So I talked to management, and they said that they're informed by corporate to not get into a dangerous situation so they don't confront people. And they talked to the person, and he ignored them and didn't care and walked out. And in the result, we're also learning that because we don't want to impact people that much, I'm curious how law enforcement is going to help. I'm hoping that the education of having a 5-star system, if we did implement one, would cause our overall community and hopefully our visitors to be able to actually make a difference in viral transmission. And then the last thing, and this would be, and I don't know who would answer those other questions, but Dr. Ryan, would be this one. Even if we were successful in implementing these conditions, a lot of those conditions are conditions that we're supposed to be following right now anyway. Not all of them, but some of them. And if we use those additional stipulations that we put in place and are able to do them effectively, are they going to be able to mitigate and offset the additional viral load from an increased occupancy of the building? And we generally look at moving from 25 to 50% or something like that. So like a doubling of occupancy load. Granted, that's not going to be week long. It's going to be during peak periods only, because during other times, we don't have that load anyway. And I wondered if since Dr. Ryan is, I see his name still there. I know he's going to have to leave at some point, but I wonder if he could speak to that, if he has any indication of what if we have any indication from the state as to whether 5-star systems are actually able to offset the additional occupancy that they end up permitting.
Really quick before he gives us his input, I did want to say that Boulder County did just go into orange with their numbers, and so they anticipate their application for 5-star getting approved today, and then they're going to start certifying businesses. And so what I plan on doing is just watching their numbers more closely once the 5-star starts, just to see if there's any correlation. It's going to be hard to do, but I'm going to watch them.
Thanks.
Sorry, Randy, could you please repeat your question? I was in the middle of doing something else.
Sure. I think, well, there were 3 or 4 of them, but the one that pertained to you was, first of all, it was that some of the measures and the mitigations, I guess I do have to kind of run back through them very quickly. For example, with HVAC, which is one of the things, and I think that we had a really good rundown on the fact that there are some questions about whether the HVAC can be effective, A, for our county because of the type of architecture we have, and B, because moving from MERV 7 or 8 filters up to more MERV 13 minimum, but hopefully 14 to 16 filters, creates resistance on motors and resistance on systems with an already designed ductwork, which may mean that it moves far less air, in which case CO2 monitors would be a good way to test to see whether putting a MERV 14 filter into a system designed for a MERV 7 or 8 filter actually reduces CO2, therefore actually by implication reduces human exhalation. That is, remains in the room, which is where the viral load is. But assuming that even if these things do work, do we have indications that the kinds of things that we're talking about in a 5-star program are going to offset the additional viral load of, in some cases, we would say moving from 25 to 50% of doubled occupancy?
The short answer is no. I haven't seen any data to suggest that. These are all ways to potentially mitigate and reduce potential exposure and viral load in the building. But I have not seen, and again, we asked CDPHE many months ago for any data that Mesa County was collecting or not collecting to in fact validate or verify what they were suggesting was happening. So I haven't seen any data whatsoever to suggest that. They're all, again, ways to help reduce and mitigate the potential for exposure and general viral load. But none of them are a silver bullet, and even combined, they may make up a half of a silver bullet, to be quite honest with you.
So we don't really know whether, for example, if we move from 25 to 50% by accomplishing 5-star, we don't know whether or not, we don't know that we won't have still increased viral load inside the building by increasing occupancy.
Correct.
Tim, I'm curious, now that we got you on camera here, generally speaking, what are your thoughts about using CO2 measurements as a proxy for viral load?
That's a good question. I don't know enough about it to suggest that it would even be remotely effective. I don't know why a CO2 measurement, how it could measure viral load. It measures CO2, which is a gas, not a virus. So that's like using a thermometer to take your blood pressure.
I think to restate what Rebecca said very well a little bit ago, the idea is that in the outdoors, in a normal innate environment, the CO2 level is about 400 parts. And so there were some different suggestions that 700 inside a building, you know, that the CO2 inside the building could predominantly be from human exhalation and might be directly proportional to other components of that exhalation, which would include virus if they were carrying the virus. And so that you could measure the effectiveness of your changed HVAC system or the existing HVAC system by at least that there would be some indication, some correlation between CO2 inside a building that was at an unnaturally high level to the natural environment as being directly proportional or somehow proportional to those other components of human exhalation, one of which would be COVID virus.
Yes, all of that, yes. It's a proxy for potentially showing what may or may not be there, but it isn't an indication necessarily of the amount of viral load in there. So again, it's another one that potentially adds to help reduce the potential risk and viral load in there, but it's not a perfect fit. It's a way to get to draw a conclusion, but not a one that is based on complete measurement. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's all interesting stuff, and I appreciate staff making those reports, but I think it's well beyond the scope of what a county our size can manage.
Yeah, I agree.
I always tend to think I can figure things out. I'm the one that brought up this CO2 measurement concept after reading some articles about it. God, it seems to me like $250 to get a MERV filter and a CO2 filter and stick it in a business and see what happens might be interesting.
I will say that Cabin Creek purchased a CO2 monitor specifically for this purpose. They installed it on the 23rd, and I bet they would be willing to collect data for us if we are interested.
I think they did not end up installing it on Saturday, but the plan is still to do so soon. And I'm sure, like you said, they'd be happy to give us any data.
Great. Thank you.
The one thing I would say with that, just to be scientific about it, is to do a baseline before you implement any sort of HVAC or any other system change to understand, right, your baseline, and then implement whatever changes you're making, and then take another measurement with like similar scenario, meaning 50% of your restaurant is full when you do your baseline, and then 50% of your restaurant is full when you do your follow-up measurements. I think that level of scientific will help eliminate a number of variables that they can't control, that we can then make an informed decision about whether this sort of thing works or doesn't work at all.
I have a question for staff. You presented a lot of good data, a lot of good raw data. Are you prepared to present any sort of a recommendation at this time?
I don't know if I am. I'm still so torn on it, to be completely transparent. I'm torn on it.
We can have that next week, Sean, if that would help move this one direction or another, or provide people enough information for them to make a decision on whether they want to move forward or not. I think next week is a reasonable time.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think we've had a lot of interesting discussion. One thing that struck me is, I think it was Alyssa mentioning that there wasn't any scientific evidence that all of this effort was going to make any difference. And that makes me think that if we're going to implement anything or mandate anything, we would probably be wise to implement something that is as close to what the state is asking us to do, rather than inventing any other homework assignments for the business community, since we just don't really have any data to suggest that that's doing anything other than making their jobs harder.
I tend to agree. I think, for example, putting a bigger MERV filter into a system in one of our buildings will tell you a little bit about that building, and it will help confirm whether that HVAC system you can also put a volume meter on the duct and see if you're able to even move as much air with the finer filter on it. And then there is also the question of, if it reduces CO2, I mean, will a MERV filter actually remove CO2 from the air versus viral particles, which are different things? So that sounds to me like something that scientists and engineers at ASHRAE could really do a good job of if they looked at a lot more data than putting a MERV filter in one of our buildings, since our buildings are so very different and our systems are so very different, since most of them are retrofit. Not all. We have some new buildings here, but most of them are retrofit into 100 year-old buildings. And so there's such a wide variety that a test that simple in one building would tell you very little about that building, and it wouldn't tell you very much at all about the other buildings.
It's a good point. So I want to note the time. It's 12:10. I'm curious how we view our next steps. Are we getting on the agenda to have a discussion that's around decision-making next week? Are there additional questions we want to ask? Or help me understand this.
I have one additional question. I apologize if I missed it in the last presentation, but Melissa mentioned that Boulder had dropped down into orange. Do we have any prognostications? I'm probably looking at you, Tim, in terms of what our trajectory looks like. I mean, and I guess we're going with this. Is this a problem that's going to solve itself while we talk about it?
Well, technically we're in orange as I relate to those numbers, but it's a false reality. It's based on the fact that we haven't tested for 10 days. So I don't think it reflects the reality on the ground in terms of our numbers. I don't think they're currently in orange. So it's going to be informed by that. Do I see our numbers going down in the future? Potentially, yes. The variant, and we can talk more about it next week, is going to play a huge part in that in terms of what the state is finding in their surveillance of the variant. It's 50 plus times more transmissible than the current COVID, original COVID. So that's going to have a huge impact on our, potentially on our numbers. If that spreads like wildfire, the numbers are going to go back up. If it doesn't spread like wildfire and we're able to contain that in a way, then yes, our numbers are going to continue to go down. Lots of variables.
Yeah. So. Did you mean 50% more transmissible rather than 50 times more transmissible?
50, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sean, I thought the same thing when I looked at our numbers and I saw them dropping so rapidly until I saw the same thing that I'm sure you saw that Dr. Ryan had put out to us about, what's going on with our testing. And so since since our testing is at so much lower of a level, then there are some other counties around us that made different decisions about whether or not to discontinue their testing. And those that continue to test the same way they were testing and the same way we were testing have seen numbers considering to rise, some of whom are our neighbors. So it certainly backs up Dr. Ryan's assertion that the numbers we're looking at right now don't really mean anything because we virtually arrested testing and we have so little to look at right now. And so once we get back into when we can test and we can look at something besides looking at our neighbors and seeing what their experience is. I watched how much summits were rising as they were continuing to test. And I thought, well, I'm not convinced. And granted, they're different than us, but for policy, I think we probably need real information that we can trust.
One question I have about that is, I mean, if I was in Idaho Springs, I would find a way to get tested in Denver. I mean, isn't there a possibility that people are still getting tested? They're just doing it elsewhere. And wouldn't we get the numbers about their infections if they were?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we are. But remember that 50% of the people are asymptomatic. So if someone is asymptomatic, are they likely to get tested outside of the county? If it's down the street, they're far more likely to get tested than to go out of their way into Denver to get tested. And or Silverthorne, which we posted on our website in Summit County, is continuing to offer testing. So yes, we're learning of cases. But just anecdotally this week, I've talked to two folks directly who are both, I'm almost positive, are COVID positive, who haven't been tested, who aren't going to get tested. They're isolating in place per my suggestion. And so, that's just anecdotally two people that I just happened to be talking to this week. So yeah, some people are, and anybody who gets tested anywhere in the state who is confirmed positive will know about them. But we don't know about all of the negatives out there.
I might just add to that, Jefferson County was using Curative 2, and that's our closest, most convenient neighbor to get alternatives.
Suspended as well this week, or last week.
Yeah, I do think at this point, I mean, at least my private physician has offered testing for 9 months now, and I think that's another channel for people who have a relationship with a provider.
Yeah,
okay.
Those that can afford it, because I know it's expensive in a lot of places, a couple $100. I mean,
So tell me, I'm going to take a stab at what the outcome of this is. We gained our understanding a little bit. We don't have much additional homework for Alyssa. I think we're all curious to see what more robust results from that survey look like. And we've got some things to think about, but we'd like to see this on the agenda for next week so that we can come to a conclusion on this topic.
As far as the survey goes, if anyone's listening and hasn't filled the survey out, please take the 5 minutes that it takes to fill it out. We only had 19 responses. The more responses we have, the better informed we are. So please make sure you fill that out.
Randy, Sean, Tim, you think that summary was accurate?
Yeah.
And I would love to hear Boulder's, other counties' experience too, but kind of what the equation in my mind is, if we think that we can focus our energy on pushing the entire county to yellow, if that's something that we have any influence over, that's a superior path, right? I mean, that solves the problem in a holistic manner rather than standing up something that's going to be somewhat costly and a lot of effort on many people's parts.
I'm of a very similar mind. I know a week ago, Sean suggested giving this a 2-week rest to see what other people's experiences were. We now have people coming online with 5-star programs that didn't have them before. And there'll be about a 2 to 3 week period. I mean, those have to become implemented. Then they have to have an effect on behavior. And then there has to be an incubation period, which is normally 5 days to 2 weeks to begin to see it manifest itself. You know, it's probably more like, to be honest, if you look at Boulder and you say, okay, they're going into a 5-star program that's being approved right now, and they'll be certifying businesses right away and blah, blah, blah. You know, the chances are it's going to be 3 to 4 weeks before we're really able to draw conclusions from what the effect of that was, by which time we are likely to have inoculated our entire 70+ population and maybe get permission from the state to move into some other levels. And I think the thing that's kept Clear Creek, as well as we've kept ourselves for so long, is the fact that we've said, let's work on staying well first, and let staying well allow us to have our businesses open. And what Sean suggests right now is, man, this has been serving us fairly well. And I know it's been tough on businesses, but it's still, you know, the scientific approach is still maybe the best one. And we have no real indications that even if 5-star is physically successful in accomplishing its goal, that the capacity increases it would potentially give us prematurely will do anything to really help us up from a health standpoint. And you know, I would argue that if Alyssa has more work to do, we should hear about that work next week. But I'm also of a mind to think that over the next few weeks, we have an excellent opportunity to watch other people prove or disprove this theory.
Okay, so do we want to be on the agenda for next week? Do we want to be on the agenda in 2 weeks? What's your pleasure?
I would put it on next week, and if it turns out we have nothing to discuss, you know, we can solve the problem.
Yeah, I don't want to discount all the fine work that Alyssa and Rebecca did either. They're doing it, so we can listen.
Okay. Sounds good. I think we are done talking about 5-star. Thanks for everybody for listening in and thinking carefully about this, and Alyssa, Rebecca for doing all that research. Sorry, I keep sending you down rabbit holes. I think next up is we've got another couple of topics on the manager update. Maybe the Board of Health bill, since we've got Tim here and he had something to say on it, would be a good place to start.
Yeah, it's up to the board. It's whatever your pleasure is. If you wanted to talk about Board of Health legislation today, or if you want to postpone it, it's not urgent. We don't need to react immediately, but it's your pleasure.
I wouldn't mind getting a readout on it since we have time.
Sure. Just real quick, in the material that I sent you, and I think CCI also sent you information, I basically just copied the email that Jenny had sent us that summarized the revised legislation that's being proposed or being considered, let's put it that way. at the state legislature relative to potential changes to the makeup of the Board of Health. And I know the initial bill, there was a lot of pushback from various counties, especially the small counties, where currently the Board of County Commissioners sits as the county's Board of Health. And for whatever reason, there was some legislation being proposed to change that. And I think the language was geared more towards having community members actually serve on the Board of Health. And then the sponsor of the bill then went back and made some modifications. And let me just very quickly summarize, and I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Basically, the revised approach, and this is per CCI, per Ginny at CCI, the revised language says allows no more than one county commissioner to serve on a Board of Health. And they're also, that's Representative Kipp, I think, is saying that the implementation of this new legislation would not be until July 1st, 2022. So it's still, a year and a half out. And then Ginny is just saying, as revised, this bill would impact any county or all counties, regardless of size, who has more than one county commissioner serving on their Board of Health. And as you all know, our Board of County Commissioners is our Board of Health. So this would definitely impact Clear Creek County. And then she goes on to say, the commissioners would retain the duty of appointing community members to the Board of Health. And then there's just a number of other comments and concerns that CCI had expressed. So I don't know, Tim, if you wanted to weigh in, or board. I'll turn it over to back to you, George, to see how you wanted to continue with the discussion.
I don't know about you, Randy. Sean, I think I'd like to give the floor to Tim.
Tim's in a strange position, though. He's going to have to weigh in whether he wants us or not.
I'll be honest, as I always am. This pandemic has exposed a significant problem in this topic, meaning there are many counties where the county commissioners have created a scenario where they put their entire county at risk from the pandemic at the expense, or at the really putting economics first and ignoring the pandemic. And this was the impetus for this bill. A number of my peers across the state have either been fired and or quit because they were either physically threatened with their life and or the county commissioners, either Board of Health, wanted nothing to do with any sort of COVID practice or COVID guidance and restrictions. So that was the impetus for this bill. I understand that, having listened to a number of my peers over the last many months and their frustrations, that they're told by the county sheriff that he doesn't really care that their life was threatened, or the county commissioners really don't care or even believe that COVID exists, and that there shouldn't be any guidance around COVID or any sort of restrictions because it's a bunch of nonsense. Those aren't my words. That's the reality on the ground in Colorado. I would have to say, in all honesty, I've been incredibly lucky to have the three of you as my guidance and as the Board of Health. You're all open to science and you're all open to fact-based information. Unfortunately, that doesn't reflect the entire state in every county in this state. So I understand the need or the desire for that, and what firewall do public health directors need from county commissioners who are anti-science or don't really care. And is that need real? This pandemic has shown that it is real, that need is there to help protect the citizens of those counties where the county commissioners want nothing to do with any sort of guidance or restrictions. So you know, and one day you three aren't going to be the county commissioners, as hard as that is to believe. And who are your replacements and what do they look like? Are they going to be like-minded to the three of you? Or are they going to be three individuals who, again, put economics at the forefront and really don't care about health guidance? And that's the reality. So whether this bill passes or not, I think the county needs to, and I have no complaints, to be honest with you, in terms of the guidance and support I've received, not only from the three of you, but from Keith and from the sheriff, and everyone else in the county has been absolutely unbelievable support and backing. But is there a day when that isn't the case, where we have, you know, Sheriff so-and-so and County Commissioner so-and-so who are contrary to what is guided and what is suggested? And is there, as a county, do we need to have something in place to make sure there's some stopgap so that sort of thing can't happen in Clear Creek County? I'm not suggesting it is going to happen or should happen or will happen, but should the county have some sort of thought of what happens when we have three county commissioners who completely ignore my guidance and recommendations and do whatever it is they want, and put me or whoever's in my position in a position where we're no longer effective in not making decisions based on the best thing for the entire county. That's my position at this point. I can't say whether I think that bill, I don't think it's a one size fits all. It was written to address the challenges that I've just described for a number of counties in this state they've been facing for the last 10 months.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Jenny about it, and as I understand it, counties that have over 100,000 population already have there's statute in place that prevents the commissioners from also being the Board of Health. Is that true?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and I can think off the top of my head of one county that's smaller in kind of the southwestern part of our state, where I think this is probably a legitimate concern. I have a lot of angst with somebody from the legislature who has no healthcare background bringing something like this forward based on the experience of a few counties. And I'm not denying that that have happened in a few counties. I think that essentially my guess is there's probably 50 counties in the state or more that have that it's the solution that exists now is the right solution. And the commissioners, I think, tend to have the best well-rounded overall view of striking the appropriate balance between economic development, between public health and any other factors that are out there. And I think just specifically in our case, finding three people who would be essentially willing to drop everything over a period of weeks or months, should there be another pandemic in the future, I can't think of one of those persons that that in our community that I know who would be suitable to accept that responsibility. And I certainly don't know all 9,000 people in the county, but yeah, I kind of view this as a very heavy-handed solution being applied indiscriminately across the entire state to solve a pocket of concerns here and there. And I'm against it. And I talked to a few of my friends down at the Capitol, and they think it's a terrible idea too, the people that I spoke with. And I guess that's all I have to say about it for now.
I tend to oppose it as well, and I oppose it for I mean, first of all, I agree with everything you said, Tim. I agree that we won't be here forever, and hopefully you'll have somebody better than us, and a whole lot of things like that. But that said, we are who we are, and one thing Sean said that just really resonated with me and has gotten my ire up a few times is to listen to legislators give speeches about how you got to get about how the only people in our society who should not be allowed to be on a board, a health board, to help make decisions about their community are the county commissioners because they're too political. Coming from a legislature that has shown itself to be equally talented at times, among certain people at the legislature and equally inept. And as I've listened to and watched the news, I have seen people from all walks of life, whether they are restaurant owners or customers, or liquor store owners or customers, or even people in the medical community who have said equally inane things. And so to select one small group of people and say, these are the only people we found who are unqualified to do this because they obviously are not logical people, and some of them are going to get it wrong. Well, you know, looking throughout society, I haven't seen us to be much different if we were to take across the spectrum in terms of making logical decisions than the others. The second piece is the idea that this will somehow remove politics and the pressure on people like public health directors and boards of health members who are not county commissioners, that they will not see the same kind of a problem, assumes that the general public and a business community that is understandably and completely justifiably beleaguered and terrified by what this has done to their businesses are not going to bring that pressure. What you really are doing is you're saying, you county commissioners can go take a break. It won't be your fault anymore. It will be only those people who made those decisions. And so the question is whether they're going to make those decisions. And if you and I think really thinking that the political pressure on boards of health and public health directors is going to be less without county commissioners to throw the tomatoes at is you might have a different outcome than that at the end of the day. And it may be that it'll just be somebody else taking the tomatoes and the threats. And so I don't know that it's going to increase it or decrease it. And I'm very sympathetic to the fact that a lot of public health directors have had to deal with county commissioners and legislators and business people, some of whom are not acting in a rational manner during this period because their priorities are different than some others like ourselves. I don't think it fixes the problem. I think it just shifts the problem. And I do think the third thing I want to say though, so the first thing was that I don't think that we're necessarily any more genetically deficient than anybody else in society on average. The second was that I don't think it will, that I just said is I don't think it will solve the political pressure on public health directors and other members of the community. The third one, though, is that I do think some change has to be made to help mitigate the real problem that does exist that you described. And I don't think we should have boards of health that are solely the county commission. And rather than it being as much, and it could be members from the community, but we just described that the same problem exists throughout our community. We've been able to see it on the streets right up, you know, all summer long, as Sean has said, and right on up through a week or two ago, you know, that we don't always get the best behavior out of people. But to me, it's more a matter of making sure that we have medical expertise, have some kind of experiential and educational expertise influencing the decision of school boards and that, health boards, and that should be existing on health boards if we can find it. You know, that medical advisor, that doctor, the people in the community who work in healthcare and understand it, so that we have a balance. And that I don't, and so I would have come up with a different bill in which a board of health cannot, however many commissioners there are on a board of health, they can't constitute a majority. As similarly to the way this bill now looks at any particular industry. We're saying that industries who are affected by those decisions can't make up the majority of the board according to this current bill. And you can have one commissioner. However it works out at the end of the day, I think this bill is probably still dead on arrival. I agree there's a problem to be fixed. I don't think this is the right fix. And it's not so much it's going to hurt county commissioners. We'll just get a little more time off. It'll be one less meeting we have to attend. But I don't think the conditions you describe will be improved one bit.
Tim, I saw you raise your hand a couple times.
One, I just want to say that, Randy, I think the three of you are examples of why that isn't true, why county commissioners are more than capable and able to fulfill the role of Board of Health. The only other thing I would add is to your last point is, and we're not going to obviously address this today, and this bill, I don't think addresses it in the way that we might need to, is do we expand the Board of Health in Clear Creek County to include an additional individual who has healthcare experience besides myself, so that you're getting more than one voice. We have more than enough nurses in our county who work potentially in other counties who'd be a part of that, and or several physicians in our county, and or dentists for that matter. So there are a number of people in the county who could potentially fill that role, so that there's an additional voice of medical background. So I'm not the only one, and I'm a PhD, as my friend said. I'm not a real doctor. So I just play one on TV.
Zoom.
Well, this is TV. I see this as TV. I put this on my CD.
Sean, I think, of course, I've got thoughts, but I think you had wanted to say something.
I just had one really, I mean, I echo what Randy says, and I maybe look a little bit differently. I guess technically this does solve some of the problem, but in my opinion, it creates a much bigger problem, which is creating appropriate representation for counties. And I think of a county like Hinsdale County, right? I mean, it has less than 1,000 people. As hard as it would be for us to stand up an effective board of health, imagine counties like Hinsdale County, San Juan County, a lot of the frontier counties. And yeah, I think it's a fairly thoughtless approach to this. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So my thoughts, I spent a lot of time down at CCI. I will state publicly that I've been horrified by many of the comments, by maybe even a majority of the commissioners that attend those meetings. As we've talked about the need to address the pandemic. I don't take lightly that it was stated that the model for a board of health that they're proposing is held up nationally as a best practice model. And I am not accusing Randy or Sean of this, but I think that we always have to take the resistance of somebody who's potentially going to be losing some authority with a grain of salt. I think that Sean and Randy have been very responsible in their comments, but I would not say that every comment that I've heard on this topic has been from every commissioner around the state. And so I'm not, I don't have a position on this bill right now. I tend to be curious and interested about how we can improve public health boards, and am curious about the elements of a board of health that don't involve responding to a pandemic that maybe Clear Creek County, outside the context of a pandemic, could have been doing better on. And so I look forward to a real robust conversation around the state about how to fix, and I think fix is the right word, boards of health. And, you know, that's kind of, I think, where I'm at.
I agree with you, George. I think you've actually bridged. I promise this isn't about a loss of authority for me. I would love to have one less meeting to go to, but I think that, and I think what we've got is not right. And I think it's helped led Clear Creek. I don't think Clear Creek, I'm not knocking past commissioners so much as the structure, is that it's led us to some things when we thought about money during non-pandemic times, when it wasn't an emergency, when it wasn't as much of a life and death matter, or if it was life and death, it was the invisible death like cigarettes, you know, that kind of a thing, where we didn't really realize because we weren't connected to the impacts of how well we staffed public health, as an example, and where we tried to save money in public health when there wasn't a pandemic going on. And it's clear that we had, regardless of pandemic or no pandemic, my opinion is that we did not, it's not the fault of the people that were there trying to do the job and doing the job. We did not adequately staff public health in our county for a period of time, probably because of economic consideration. And we should, and so I think a board of health that pays more attention to health all along is important. So I'm with you on it, that what I think the system that we have is not there. And I know that there are plenty of people, when I said stuff like, if we have a larger board of health and at least the county commission shouldn't be the majority of that board. I can tell you down at CCI, there are a bunch of people that would start screaming and yelling, breaking furniture over that too. You know, there are people down there that want full power, and that's what is broken about the system.
So I don't know that we're looking for an outcome to this. I think it was good to have an initial conversation to understand each other's thoughts. Something in my mind is, you know, do we intend to take a position on this bill as a board or not?
I think you've got a little bit of time. You know, I'm just looking at Ginny's next steps, and she suggests, you know, if you're opinionated or have a strong opinion, reach out to your legislators. The session doesn't start until February 16th. And CCI will hold ample discussions during the legislative session. So I think obviously you don't need to take a position today. Take some time to think about it. You know, reach out to your legislators, reach out to CCI, but I think there's opportunity. If you wanted to take a position, there's opportunity to do that a little bit later.
Yeah, and I certainly wasn't suggesting today. And given that I plan to attend all of the CCI subcommittee, whatever we call them, meetings, and knowing that, you know, there's more opposition to this concept than there is support for it on our board, I'll do my best to reflect what I think the board thinks instead of just expressing my own opinion in those settings.
I think
it's
go ahead.
Not critical that we jump up and down and are really aggressive about our stance on this, because I don't know that there's really any counties that I've heard of who are in support of this bill at CCI right now.
Yeah. And I don't know that the problems remaining with the bill are so much about county commissions as they are about making sure that there are other ways that you can have an imbalanced board. And I think this is a great general idea that isn't ready for prime time. I think that's kind of my general feeling, is that this needs to be made even better so that we don't end up with some other group who is less interested in public health and some other priority gaining control of it, you know, gaining control of a board of health. Because if it's appointed by the county commissioners, it can even still work through a bad board of county commissioners to do exactly that. There needs to be some other method that doesn't give us such powerful control, but still gives us a voice to reflect the balance of our community and try to make sure that it doesn't get too far afield in any direction. But.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that, or should we move? What's next on your agenda, Keith?
The only, thanks, George. The only other thing I had, and again, it's not real critical that we talk about it today, but it was a follow-up to a discussion we started last week on dues and registration. And I think we were just going to talk a little bit more about CCAT and CC4CA. And I think we had, thanks, Tim. I think we had talked about, do we need any updates, any reports on those two organizations? And I think there was a question as to what the CCAT dues were going to be for 2021.
I can give a quick report on that. There is an intention, like a lot of things that got interrupted by COVID, a lot of stuff jumped around this year and they didn't get as far as they wanted to. They did go as far, it has not been discussed and approved, but they did go as far as to discuss a more equitable solution. I think the way this thing has evolved, for a little bit of history, is that Clear Creek was instrumental in both the original inception of CCAT, as well as still instrumental in its leadership. And as a result, we have a good deal of influence over what it does. And it's been an incredibly active organization. And it was formed by a bunch of people who had a lot of issues that weren't just necessarily even conservative or progressive, but they were just more concerned with our kinds of communities, and a lot of smaller, especially mountain communities and stuff like that, although not entirely those. And So it's been extremely effective at getting to legislators and to the governor and having impact on what they've been doing. So I think it's done a really good job. And we've dealt with a lot of issues that we care about in Clear Creek County that have helped us a lot too. So we have a real high activity level and a real effective organization. We've been paying $8,000 a year. We didn't get to a new structure yet this year, except that they did come up with a draft structure that probably would bring us down into the $3,500 to $5,000 range, but it isn't really ready for prime time yet. The other thing that happened is that because we became so much more effective and started doing so much more work and got so many more things we were able to get done, the workload on Aponte and BOCC went up, who are the really effective firm that's been handling, working kind of like CCI staff, as you will, for us down at the Capitol. And so they've been throwing in a lot of pro bono work that they can't continue to do. And so their administrative cost to run, the cost of the organization has gone up. Countering that, there have been a bunch of people come in, some new larger communities, and some of the communities like Grand County to our west who paid so little, because there are a number of communities that only one commissioner belonged because the majority of the commission didn't choose to belong to CCAT, but one commissioner wanted to, and they pay like $500. A few of those counties have now come on board and begun to pay, and so it's coming up. My suggestion is that, and the indication we've had in our conversations down there, is that we would pay $8,000 this year again in 2021. But that's the end of it for Clear Creek. I mean, we're getting through this period of additional work, and they're hiring more staff to work exactly on CCAT issues down at AB. They've added a director pretty much full time to do exactly that. So they just doubled a full FTE into the load. It's been carried. There have been about half of the members have carried most of the load. A bunch of larger members are coming in and they're starting to pay in, and we're putting some feelers out to other counties. And so I expect that by the 2022 budget, we'll be paying less, or if we're paying more, it's only going to be because we're getting a heck of a lot more done. It's considerably less than we pay at CCI, and I actually find for the most part, CCAT to be working a lot harder, more full time on things that matter to us in our county and are more responsive to us. But the other thing it's done is it's leveraged, I think, a little bit CCI, because what we noticed is that once we started getting a lot done, CCAT had an extremely effective legislative season last year. And as a result, we found we started getting more calls from CCI asking what they could do to help, because they saw how interested and active we were in CCAT. So it seems like we're getting better. By having done this, we're getting better service out of both organizations. So I'm suggesting that we stick with the 8,000, the status quo for this year, and then lobby hard to pay less next year, because this year in 2021 we're going to be working on a lot of those large communities to up the ante once the worth is proven to them, the new members.
And I'm sorry, I had to go deal with a little bit of situation at my house. The 8,000. I remember I attended the all hands meeting, I think it was last year, and there was a tiered structure county by county. Is the 8,000 essentially what a county with less than 10,000 people is expected to cough in?
It's going to be a little less than that when we get past. We didn't get through that full, that's what I was saying, Sean, is we didn't get, it's kind of like COVID and a whole lot of issues that came up, got in the way, and they do have a draft. Also, the membership has changed a lot. A bunch of people have come in, and some of the people that were only one commissioner are now full county starting to come in, and they're in on an introductory rate. But we're putting the pressure on them for everybody to pay a bunch more. And so I'm suggesting that 8,000, we're going to, I think starting in 2022, we would be potentially down in the $5,000 range, unless we were getting so much good work out of them that we chose to do it again. But my suggestion is that this year, to keep us solvent based on the budget that was proposed for CCAT and the new hiring of Tom Davidson, that we stay at 8,000 and then expect to see a reduction in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't necessarily like the idea of the solvency of CCAT coming at, being dropped at Clear Creek's feet. I'm fine with paying what we're supposed to pay for a county that less than 10,000, but I know that there are many well-resourced counties such as Boulder who were involved. So I guess I don't necessarily, it doesn't really resonate with me that we would want to spend more money than we were asked to.
Well, there are other counties that are paying quite a bit too that have done it. Again, we have more coming in, and they've come in at an introductory level. And I think by 2022, we're going to be fully solvent. And as I said, maybe while you were gone, we've had tremendous results out of CCAT. I support $8,000 for 2021 and then renegotiating for 22.
Yeah, and I think maybe, and I'm going to state this gently, I think you may have a little bit of a conflict of interest as the vice chairman looking at after the sustainability of CCAT, and then your role as a commissioner recommending how much we pay for this.
I disagree with that, and I take only slight offense at it. I think my standards, and it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm not the vice chairman, I'm one of the co-chairman of it. And I'm not doing it because I want CCAT over Clear Creek. It's because of the amount of work that I think that CCAT is doing for Clear Creek that's been beneficial to us. And the fact that not prior to me, that those of us who have taken an extremely active role down at CCAT have been able to therefore influence what it does and influence what it does for Clear Creek. And I think it's been valuable. Very much like Accelerate Colorado and some other places like that, except even more so.
Yeah, I mean, you have a conflict of interest. Whether you're able to mitigate it or manage it or not is another question.
So I just want to, oh, sorry, Sean, I thought you were done.
I'm done.
Okay, I just want to define conflict of interest for everybody listening. A conflict of interest is when you stand to personally benefit you or an immediate family member from a decision financially. I think it's very clear, Randy, you're not paid by CCAT, right?
Of course not.
Okay, I didn't think so.
What it is just, excuse me a moment. What it is a shitload of work I'm doing on behalf of our county. Just so you know, so what I gain nothing out of whether we pay $5,000 or $8,000 down there. It doesn't buy me anything down there. Our action, our involvement in that community gives me the opportunity to work my ass off on behalf of our county in yet one more way, because I choose to be that active down there, Sean. And the only reason I'm responding this way, which I'm sure you'll define as defensive, is because you have just publicly accused me of conflict of interest. And those are very meaningful words. And words have meanings.
And I meant it. And
perhaps you should submit it to our attorney and let him decide whether I have a conflict of interest.
Well, hold on, Randy. Pipe down a little bit. I mean, you don't need to react defensively to it. And what George put forth is a very narrow view of a conflict of interest. My view of a conflict of interest is when you serve in multiple roles and you have different benefits and agendas, and there's overlap between those roles. And I think that's clear. And I just wanted to make sure that you understood that I recognize that you being a co-founder of the organization may cause you to want to advocate for them somewhat at the county's expense. And
no,
I'll leave it at that.
Not at all. Not at all. There's no influence on that at all. It's because of the reasons that I gave while you once again chose to get up and walk away from the screen.
So let's try to turn the temperature down here a little bit. There's probably some other words that could be used aside from the conflict of interest term, which has a specific legal definition. I haven't taken the chance to express my opinion on this topic yet. I'd like to do so now. My opinion is, and I don't begrudge not having that chance. My opinion is that if it's an issue of solvency, I'm ready to pay $8,000. If it is not, I'm ready to pay less. If a dues structure has not been established for this year from CCAT, I don't think we're in a position to make a decision right now. I would like to let CCAT decide what they need to be solvent and tell us, and then we can respond.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say about it is I don't think it's our specific county's responsibility to ensure their solvency. I think we should basically follow the rules like everyone else.
So yeah, I think we've all kind of staked out our positions on this, and I don't think right now it says $8,000 in our budget that we approved. And I think if we get an invoice for less, or if we see that the structures are approved by CCAT, we bring this conversation back to the board. Until then, I don't think we have anything to act on.
So we will await an invoice from CCAT. And Randy, I'm assuming they will be sending out invoices for dues that need to be paid. So we'll just await the invoice.
Yeah, sorry guys, and I'm going to tone it down a little here too, including for you, Sean. The connection has just sucked and gone in and out about 2 or 3 times while we've been having this conversation just now. So, you know, I'll reiterate one more time that each one of us has things that we operate in, and that doesn't mean we have a conflict of interest. I didn't ask for these funds for this reason. Any reason other than that, they didn't get to a new structure that was specific, and we have some other people that are right on the verge of coming in. CCAT will survive whether we paid $5,000 or $8,000. But in the interest of contributing to solvency, a number of us have talked about what we can do to make sure that we've got it worked, and we worked it out to the penny in a way that works. And there'll be some other people coming in that will be giving more, including some counties that have had some changes, either changes of heart or changes of personnel. And my only reaction was due to that specific use of a phrase, because I have nothing to gain out of this for more work, and I want to be clear. And I hope that you recognize that, Sean, that this isn't something I do because it's fun, and it doesn't have any. It's no reflection on anything you do with your time. So anyway, with regard to that, I did hear the last part of the conversation, and I think we should respond to the invoice and let it be. And I'll just wait for the invoice. I'm not even going to call anybody and talk to them about it.
Yeah, and I like George's response, right? We don't have to solve this today. And I guess perhaps I'm interposing my own values on this conversation, but if I were in the position of advocating for money from JCMH, for example, based on my relationship with JCMH, I would probably not want to. I would probably recuse myself from a specific vote or a recommendation on that. I'll just leave it at that.
Peter, I saw that you popped on screen when I said conflict of interest has a specific legal definition. Was that because you wanted to say something?
No, I just wanted to be here so that you knew I was actually on the call listening when you were talking about it. And if you needed me, you could actually direct it to me, but no other reason.
Okay.
Well, it occurred to me at one point, but then I think it unfortunately went out of good communication. So.
Okay, then shall we move on to CC4CA? Sean, I'm not trying to shut you up.
I just wanted to say I do appreciate all the volunteering work and work that you do advocating and representing Clear Creek in that group, Randy. And I mean, to me, that even possibly, I mean, that's almost like an in-kind contribution to CCAT.
So you just thank you. That was the kindest way anybody ever figured out how to ask me for less money again. I mean, to give less money again, but thank you. Appreciate it.
So let's talk about another organization that receives in-kind contributions from this board. Sean, you had asked some questions about CC4CA. I think you had asked for an explanation of the value that we thought it was bringing to the county. Maybe I'll let you kind of frame up the questions you have.
It was that, and I think I saw that we doubled the amount that we were paying, and I don't remember what the rationale for that was.
Yeah, happy to explain that piece first. The dues for a county our size in CC4CA is $5,000. We asked for an equity adjustment for a period of 1 year that cut it to $2,500, and so 5,000 is the number that we're with now. And then am I correctly characterizing your question just about wanting to understand what kind of value the organization has brought us?
Yeah, like what the 5,000 is necessarily buying Clear Creek County. Yeah.
Okay. So what CC4CA does is pool funds to lobby for climate action from local governments at the state and sometimes federal level when it makes sense for an organization at that scale. it's my perspective that CC4CA brings a couple of specific benefits to Clear Creek County. One is, you know, I feel as though climate change is among the chief issues that we face as a society and as a community. I think specific to Clear Creek County, if you look at both of our major seasonal tourism industries, they both stand to endure a lot of disruption to the events of climate change, as well as a lot of information about how that will impact public budgets in the future if we don't address climate change, and how it will affect the quality of life of our constituents. And I don't want to go into a ton of detail on that because I think we've all had these conversations. I expect that we would all be up to date on an issue that is at least claimed to be this crucial. And when I say at least claimed, it's because I don't want to assume that everybody takes that science as fact. In fact, I know it's not the case. And so there's that piece. The other thing that I think really I've learned about CC4CA through participation, and everybody should know that I'm the vice president of the organization. And I will admit, biased in favor of its success, and because I see its success as our success, and is that it really is a way to make climate action sort of safe for local government. It is the local government voice into climate action, and they have, one of the things I really love is that they have a consensus model. That means that if one commissioner that's been assigned to one of their committees has a problem with supporting a bill, then that bill doesn't get supported. Right. And I want you to know that I have, you know, I'm going to stop the monologue because I see you might have something to say.
I'm not going to, this isn't the hill that I'm interested in bleeding on, but the consensus model, and to me, is a little disingenuous because there's a strong filter criteria for entry into the organization in the first place that basically makes you put your hand on the environmentalism Bible and you know, declare fidelity to modern climate change theory. So, you know, there's no surprise that the place is an echo chamber.
Yeah, you do have to agree with the policy statement that they have. And it is one county cannot jump in and change that policy statement. You need unanimous consent to make a change to the policy statement. And so, yes, there are some safeguards, and I think it's appropriate. It is very clearly an organization that is oriented around climate action. So I want to talk a little bit about how I think that this having a seat at the table is important when we're talking about climate action. It is among our governors and the majority of the legislature's chief priorities. The kinds of solutions they're talking about, solutions that are being discussed, have a big impact on local government. And CC4CA is a way for us to have a persuasive voice at those levels that makes sure that climate action works for us, right? Where climate action can't work for us, we don't do it. I think a good example of that is around bills that require land use decision makers to make certain decisions. CC4CA tends to be pretty tepid on those topics. Another example I want to give is this spring in the last session, you may have seen single-use plastics being a ban on single-use plastics that was on the table and appeared to be sailing through the legislature. About mid-February, we all saw the writing on the wall with the pandemic and the need for restaurants to be able to sell stuff in single-use plastic containers. And I actually had to be the commissioner that said, hey, you guys, we can't support this year. We cannot inflict this wound on our restaurant industry right now. And so CC4CA's support was pulled, and then the bill died. And I'm not saying that the bill died because I killed it, but I'm saying that I had an opportunity to make climate action safe for Clear Creek County and our economy, and I took it. And so I know I've been talking too much. I bet Randy has something to say. I'm going to shut up.
No, I agree that you have to, I agree that you have to put your hand on the Bible of science and swear to it to be part of, to engage enthusiastically in CC4CA. I don't consider that to be a bad thing, but I also agree that we have been able to bring our own unique perspectives from Clear Creek County into CC4CA. And I know in transportation, we had to have a little bit of a voice in there because there were some thoughts that people were overlooking when they took a little too almost dogmatic approach to a couple of the solutions, because they have to be real world solutions that can work in today's world to be able to have an impact on climate today too, while you're looking for the future. The consensus model I find to be valuable. We use it at the collaborative effort. We use it at CCAT, and we use it at CC4CA. And the thing I like about it isn't really so much that one person can derail the whole thing, but it does keep that occasional, tyranny of the majority from happening, where you get enough people with a bad idea that you can make it happen. It does help with that, but more importantly than that, what it does is that if you want to have an outcome, it forces you to stay in the room until you have a balanced outcome, until you can get something done. Because otherwise people look around the room, count votes, and play a game of gotcha. And that was one of the reasons that, for example, CCAT was formed separate to CCI, was because that game of gotcha made so many of our conversations there so useless and pointless and such a waste of time. And so they make for long, consensus makes for longer conversations, but I think in the end it makes for better, more reasoned outcomes where everybody has a voice, because, we got to win Sean over, and once we've won Sean over, or once we won Randy over, or once we've won, George over on whatever it is that one of us disagrees on, then we know we probably came to a better conclusion. And so I personally like that consensus model myself. But I don't know if that really speaks to how much we pay in dues to either one of the organizations, but I think it's actually something that makes them effective.
I guess my only, two things. I'd say thanks, George, for taking the time to make a commitment and serve as vice president of the organization. One thing that troubles me a little bit is that the only time we ever talk about this is when we're talking about renewing the dues, and you've essentially represented the county and had lots of conversations that I have no awareness of. And, I'd like to be kept a little bit better informed about, what kind of positions we're taking. And I guess I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Go ahead, Randy.
No, I think that's I actually think it's a legit thing. We don't bring it. I mean, we talk about the subject matter as it relates to certain things we do in Clear Creek County, whether it's transportation or something, or recreation, but we haven't brought CCA reports or anything like that back in. I agree with that.
And I wonder what the appropriate, with response to our advocacy around the state, where we tend to send each other off and then not ask them what's going on. I mean, I haven't reported on how I vote down at CCI. We haven't reported on how we vote at CCAT. Maybe we need to have some kind of post-session, here's what these different organizations did kind of conversation. Because Sean, not only do you need to know what we're doing in these rooms, but the public does, right?
Well, I need to know. All three of us have had things that responsibilities we've taken on like that and not brought back. So.
Right. And it's sort of a gray area, right? I mean, when we serve on various boards and when something comes up that has a material impact on the county, I think we recognize it and bring it to that forum. But and maybe the reason why you haven't for CC4CA is you feel like it hasn't met that test. But I do think we should, and maybe the manager updates is probably the right place to do that.
Yeah, I think it hasn't. I don't think anything that has happened with CC4CA has fallen outside of what we approved when we said that we agree with their policy statement. What I've done is look for areas where, in spite of our support for the policy statement and the policy statement's support for a bill, said Clear Creek County has a context here that it can't accept this bill. and those are the only areas where anything different has happened. But I'm happy to tell me what you think is appropriate. I don't want to be in a position where I need the consent of this board to cast a vote at CC4CA. But I do want to be transparent.
I think that's true of all the different, again, these different organizations we talked about. A lot of them, part of what they do, especially during the legislative season, is fast and nimble. And there just isn't any way for all the counties in the state to convene a meeting to talk about something that has to happen by Thursday when something pops up on Tuesday or Wednesday, But I think we have to be true to each other and know if we're going to a place that we think we wouldn't ever possibly have the majority of our board, or there'd be very much in question, or that it isn't something that we've talked about and accepted in some general form, that it's, and it might be that it's whether it's a bi-monthly or end of session report, like you suggested, George, is a possibility.
I think there's two things. One of them is keeping the public better informed about the different conversations that are happening, and I think we all agree on that. The second one, and I'm looking at you, Peter, I think it was made pretty clear to me, I got it beaten over my head plenty when I was first elected, that none of us represents the Board of Commissioners, right? We're individuals and we're only the board when we're the board. So how do we navigate the kind of competing needs of making timely votes and of not over representing ourselves?
So it's a hard question to answer in terms of navigating when you should be coming back to the board for a board position versus your involvement in particular boards separate from the board, for lack of a better way to state that. It is a bit time consuming, but the truth is you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, you cannot speak on behalf of the board unless the board has authorized you to do so. You can, however, I think, function in whatever position you are on these volunteer boards and so forth by taking action. Just understand it's not on behalf of Clear Creek County until it's ratified by the board. Does that answer your question?
I think so. And yeah, I think one of the things that I'm taking away from this too is I think all of us, myself included, probably have a higher duty of keeping the board and the public informed with these various conversations, because each of us goes to multiple board meetings per month probably, and oftentimes none of us have anything to report.
Yeah, and we might keep that in mind for people who are not county commissioners who we appoint to various boards.
That's a good point.
Okay, I get the feeling that we're at the tail end of this county manager update.
Yeah, that was it for me. And previously I got my mouth full. Sorry, previously I was putting on manager update reports some time for the board to share meetings attended, future meetings, that type of thing. I will make a point to go back and redo that, or not redo it, but continue to put that on our manager update reports.
I think that got to be, I think one of the reasons I think we got busy enough doing stuff pretty transparently this last year anyway, because we're out here talking constantly and meeting after meeting. But I don't know if every single meeting is the right time to do that, but maybe more on a monthly basis, like the first agenda of the month or the last agenda of the month or whatever it is, that we have an opportunity to update on what we've been doing. And we need to be aware of it and thinking about it so we can come in prepared to succinctly, concisely say, here's where I've been and here's what I've done of the extra responsibilities we take on.
Okay. Fair enough. That's it for me, George.
It's easy enough for each of us to say no report, and there's 15 seconds.
Okay, I think we have some other stuff for executive session. I don't think we have anything else for our meeting here. Public session of the meeting. Peter, I want to ask you, are we still operating under the model that we say the board has concluded its executive session before we leave so that the public meeting can close down, or have we moved to the one you are proposing?
We're moving to the more modified version, what we had discussed recently, and that the board has moved forward with. I did talk to Beth, and Beth will post something so that the public's aware that if there's nothing more on the agenda, the board will still return for the sole purpose of adjourning the regular session meeting after the executive session. But for now, we're just announcing going into the executive session.
And
Okay, and then go ahead, Randy.
as a point of order, does that mean that, because generally the chairman simply adjourns the board, you know, we don't necessarily have to have a vote to adjourn the board. So does that mean that literally the chairman could come back in and announce the meeting was adjourned, or do we all need to come back into the meeting to do that?
There needs to be a quorum returning to the regular session for it then to be adjourned.
Okay, good enough.
So
Just
Randy
wanted-
and Sean can pull straws.
Whatever.
A thing that I just want to make sure, just for anybody listening, Peter, can you confirm, it's not like we can come back out of executive session and decide we're going to talk about something that wasn't on our agenda, correct?
That is absolutely correct. We go by the agenda because the agenda is what provides the notice to the community, to the public, as to what we're going to be discussing. We have satisfied everything on the agenda. The only thing left is the executive session. It would not be proper for us to come back and resume a new topic or even an old topic at that point, since there wouldn't be notice about it.
Okay, so just for the benefit of everybody listening, you will never see us come out of executive session when something's not on the agenda after that to talk about anything.
Unless we have pre-informed you, unless it was already on our agenda today and we said, when we come back from executive session, you know, we will conclude our public discussion of this matter, stay tuned. And then that can be part of, you know, whatever we post as well. But I get what you're saying. Exactly. We can't, unless the public has had reasonable notice, like if we said now we're going to go into executive session, when we come back with the additional information we have, we'll resume our discussion. Unless we've done that, we couldn't do that. Unless it was on our agenda. Okay.
That's correct. It would be improper to do so, but you're absolutely right. If you decided that you wanted to resume with county manager's update, additional things, but you wanted to go into executive session at this point, that would be fine. But as you said, we want to make sure that people are just not hanging on the line just to watch things, just for us to come back and say, executive session is closed, regular session's adjourned.
Okay. Done.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That way nobody feels like they've got to hang out and watch us in case we come back and do something. Sean, did you have something to say? Okay. I move the Board of County Commissioners adjourn into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 246402-4F and G, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of: 1, discussing personnel matters relating to employee development, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally. 2, having a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to off-highway vehicle use on county roads. And 3, having a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to functions and processes of the Board of County Commissioners.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes by a narrow majority.
So the board will move into executive session at this time.
Sorry, my mute was still on, George, but I raised my hand, which
My
I've
apologies.
been sufficient in the past, and that's twice today we've called that out. Thank you.
All right.
See you on the other side. All right,
And-
everybody, go ahead, Peter.
I just want to make sure that Beth is still on so she can take us out of the. So let me just make sure.
I saw her camera settings just change.
Okay, good. Okay.
Is that Beth or John?
Oh,
Jim, it's Beth.
Whoever it is, stop screen sharing the message about executive session.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
good call. Okay.
Oh, she's here.
Great.
She's good. All right.
So the board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were made of the session and no decisions were made. Thank you all for attending our meeting. We are adjourned.
The people in this auto shop have learned more than they ever wanted to about being county commissioner.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
See ya.